and then doing some housework, but let's get the stream going. What's going on with that? Why is it not wanting to show on Facebook? Okay, there it is. I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, or not Facebook, YouTube, since that's where. Let's try this. And it went on and on and on to the break of dawn. There we go. There we go. One of them's not showing. No kings is evil. That's what I'm saying. Why am I saying it? Well, because if you're a believer like I am, you do believe that there is a king of kings, and that one day the king of kings will return. So, the idea that you're like, I'm against all kings. I mean, come on. It's kind of like the idiots that cry, I'm against the patriarchy. And it's like, yeah, again, who is the patriarch? The Father, right? The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The Father is the patriarch. So when you want to crash the patriarch or the patriarchy, whether you know it or not, because most of these people involved in this shit are just useful idiots anyway, you are making a statement that is very, very antithetical to goodness, morality, and God. But I don't think most of those people even know. And I don't know if they even care. Anyway, where I live, there is no riots, let me tell you. Me and my wife were talking about that the other day. We went out to the Publix to pick up some stuff, and it was like one of the best things about living around here is that everyone's so polite, everyone's nice. It's like you never have to really worry about being messed up with. The King of Queens, right? I mean, you got the King of Queens, which that would be a good nickname for me to call my dad, since he grew up in Queens. The King of Queens, except he wasn't the King of Queens. He was more like the little douchebag of Queens. Because, I mean, I love my pops, but even he'll admit when he was a kid, he was a little on the rough side. You know what I mean? Hung out with the bad boys. In high school, he was a musclehead and a greaser and all that. As in the 60s, though. So, Phileas Canis. What's up, homie? Phyllis. That's like, is that like a cat dog? I remember that cartoon because I have kids that are of that age, and I would watch that kid. But I mean, the one I actually like is Trump is from Queens. Yes, he is. Not that far from where my pops grew up. But my pops grew up closer to Jamaica. Like there's a road between where he lived in Jamaica, and he wasn't very far away, like 4 blocks away from where like 50 Cent got shot. But when he lived there in the 50s and 60s, it was all like the street he lived on and all the streets around it were all Jewish. He lived on a street called Jewel Street, but everyone just called it Jew Street because it was all Jewish. And it was like a 50-50 split between people like him, where I used to be, and the Hasidic. And like neither side of those communities like the other side. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, that's my logic. And I mean, some people can say, well, your logic's effed up, or you believe in the invisible man in the sky and all this sort of stuff. And hey, those are arguments that could be made. But at the same time, I mean, I would just say back, okay, maybe, but doesn't it seem like some stuff is just a little bit too like on the nose, you know what I mean? Oh, Condor DM? Yeah, yeah, he does not like me a lot, and I don't know why. Like, he can come on my channel anytime. We can hash shit out. Um, he is not a fan though. And honestly, I've never been really mean to the guy. Um, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you some ancient lore. Condor DM used to be a subscriber of mine for like a year. I don't know, a long time. And he, at that time, he seemed like a perfectly decent human being, except he considered me to be a leftist. And I'm like, really? I mean, I'm a leftist? I mean, what kind of right are you? I mean, if you consider me, you know, a red-blooded hillbilly from Kentucky to be left, I mean, you know, I'm kind of worried about what kind of freaking, what's up, long shot? Kind of worried about what kind of right you're thinking about, you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, but he's Canadian too, so it's like, I mean, not that I'm saying that Canadians can't have right-leaning people. Of course they can, but
Of course.
for Condor to say I'm like a left-wing guy compared to him, I'm like, what in the hell are you? Because I mean, I hit all of the right-wing objectives, right? I'm pro-life. I'm religious. I don't like being taxed, except for, you know, feeding like freaking old ladies and shit. No one should ever have to starve in a country as rich as ours, especially.
Hunger.
Hey, there's my brother. There's Richard. Me and Richard were streaming together last night. We had a great talk about castles and crusades and just all kinds of things.
Nice.
Yeah, it was good. You know, it's just me and I don't want to say a fellow New Yorker because I'm a redneck from Kentucky, but my dad's from New York, so you know, it's kind of like I kind of sometimes you can't help it. You know, the person who raised you, you're going to kind of be a miniature version of them sometimes. Leth, what's up, Timmy? Timmy, and the Lords of the Underworld. So anyway, yeah. Felix Canis heard about me from Condor. And like I said, Condor used to be a subscriber of mine. And then one day he went off and called me a leftist and all kinds of shit. And I was just, matter of factly, I was dumbfounded because I'm like, really?
I have a simple theory. Judge the insult by the quality of the insulter.
Well, there is that, but you know,
he fucking hates me. He hates me.
Yeah, he does hate you, and that's so weird because I don't know anyone else who does.
Oh, there's a couple that have hated me over the last 4 years. I've been doing this almost.
Well, you know what? Anyone that hates you is obviously lacking of a sense of humor.
Well, it's funny.
I did see the GIF you made with the AI, and I even, George, not only did I see the GIF you made, or GIF, however you say it, I saw certain people in it. Like the guy with the glasses laughing, sitting in the chair. I was like, that could be me. And the dude with the straight hair and the shadow beard could be Shadow. And there's a bald guy sitting there. And I was like, that could be Bear. You know? So he made this group of wizards all sitting in a barber shop just laughing about something, you know? And I immediately started saying, yeah, that one could be me, you know, the one with the thick black glasses.
Nice.
It's actually really good. And he used the program where he actually animated it. So they're actually moving and laughing and stuff, you know. Which I tried to do that with a Sydney Sheeny thing, and boy, oh boy, Discord blocked that shit super quick. And other people were like, why are you posting porn? And I was like, what? So I don't know what the program did with the Sydney Sweeney, but apparently it made her naked or something.
What are you doing? How are you doing this?
There is a program I saw on Discord where
Yeah.
you could take a picture and it
Yeah.
will animate it.
Yeah. What's the program?
And it's becoming the whole rage in certain quarters now.
No.
Like, that humans F yeah like stuff. It used to,
Oh.
they just show a picture and then have the story. Well, now they're actually having little animations instead of just a standard picture.
Okay.
So yeah, it's kind of the thing. But like I said, when I tried to use it, I had the
You made
picture
porn.
of Sweeney, and the lore behind that is super simple. My mom, when I was very, very young, married a gentleman from Queens, New York, who happened to be of the conservative Jewish faith. I converted because I love my dad and I wanted to be just like him. And then after about 25 or 30 years or so, I found Orthodox Christianity. And long story short, it just made a lot more sense to me.
And now you know the rest of the story.
And then after about 6 months, my dad was not happy when I converted, but after about 6 months, he converted. And I think a lot of that had to do with when I was injured. He had to drive me to all my doctor's appointments, and he was constantly questioning what was going on in my head. You know what I mean? He'd be like, well, why would you do this? And why would you do that? And I would be like, well, because it says, like in, the book of the prophet Isaiah, that these things would come to pass, or Jeremiah. And he started actually thinking about it. And 6 months later, he's teaching Sunday school at the church, So, I mean, so that's all I can say about it. It was not something I was looking for. No, we keep. Well, I miss Black Sabbath, to be honest, especially with Ozzy. That was real Sabbath, NIB and stuff like that. But no, I know what you're saying. The Shabbat. No, because Orthodoxy, when it comes to the tradition and the ritual, is very close to Judaism. You'll notice our Orthodox priests wear the black with the little hats and the whatevers, and we still. There's a continuation there, continuity between old school Hebrew. I'm not talking Pharisees. I'm talking the actual Hebrew faith. There's a continuity to Orthodox Christianity, and of course there would be. Almost all of our apostles are Jewish guys, that believe that, right? So of course there's a little bit of Judaism in that Christianity, but we're talking old school. We're not talking Pharisees and the legalist, and that's relatively new.
Shalom Shabbat.
Shalom, shalom. Right? And Shalom Shabbat. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, do I miss sitting around with the family and listening to my dad pray in Hebrew and eating horseradish and matzahs and stuff like that? Not really. I can remember the Passover and all that, and honestly, synagogue versus Orthodox church. At the end of the Orthodox services, if you got a little money, the old ladies make pierogi and perechny and stuff like that. So it's a little better, because like you hang out, you have some tea. Because I go when I do go, it's a Russian church. Well, that's the thing. When you're celebrating Passover, you eat bitter herbs and unleavened bread. And it represents that, the ancient Jewish people never could ever be anywhere long enough for the bread to rise. And the bitter herbs was the slavery in Egypt and all that, So, but, may your daughters be like Ruth and Esther, and all that. Go get something to eat, be back later. That's a typical Hungar.
Hello.
Yeah, well, I take no offense about that because when I say I'm Orthodox, I'm Russian Orthodox Christian. I am not Orthodox Jewish because I do not even believe in that. Even when I was Jewish, I was like, nope. Those dudes with their Talmuds and their freaking whatevers, I'm not a part of that. I don't want to be a part of that because, and plus they're a very young religion. Hasidic Judaism started in 1600 something in Poland. So, I mean, for them to try to pretend like their religion's older than any other, it's like literally they're the youngest religion, of the Abrahamic religions, maybe, except for all the Protestants. But hey, whatever. Richard, how you doing, my man?
How's it going, guys?
Well, I mean, it's a balmy 80-something degrees here, so fall has already left and little summer has showed up again.
Yeah, we have a slight warm snap today. Brought out all the ladybugs. So our house is swarmed with ladybugs right now.
Well, I mean, ladybugs are good though because they eat bad bugs. So
I don't mind them too much.
Yeah, they're pretty and they eat all the stuff that kills your plants. There's a lot of all of the Orthodox are big on incense, but there's a lot of farms that actually pay ladybug breeders to bring like boxes of ladybugs and just let them go on the crops.
Yeah, they just somehow find a way into the house. I guess they get through the venting, the exterior venting and stuff. But like I said, we don't mind them so much.
Well, they're tiny little things, right? Yeah. I mean, if you look at them under a microscope, though, they are vicious little.
They look nasty, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look at them, they're like, oh, they're so cute. And then you see them running around eating aphids and stuff, and it's like, wow, that is a killer. You might be right, Phyllis Canis. I never looked into that. But yeah, that wasn't my scene. The neighborhood on Jewel Street in Queens was about 50-50, your average Russian Jew, and then your Polish Hasidic. And those two communities did not get along at all. And my pop come from the Russian Jews that fled the Soviets. So his grandpa fled in like 1916. And of course, their actual name was Similovich. But when they got to America, they become Simons. So, okay, whatever, which is not what they are now, obviously, because, things change over time. But, that's the way it was. Those dudes at Ellis Island, they'd be like, Sima. I'll just put, here you go. Now you're this. Go on. I mean, even my Irish name, they completely butchered the spelling of it because, Irish writing is so crazy. It's like Welsh. They're like, how can we fit more L's into this shit? That's the Welsh, They're like, let's get as many L's in this name as possible, at least 8. And for the Irish, it's like, okay, it's going to be an E sound. So obviously we want to put an A, an I, an O, a D, and an H in. So you get to America and you're like, my name is McKee. And they're like, how do you spell it? And you're like, MACAIODHE or whatever. And they're like, no, NCKEE. Get on in. Get out of here,
Well, that's like my real last name. My real last name was changed at Ellis Island. So
that's what happened. That's what
means nothing. It means nothing in Italian now. It was either supposed to be SALATI, which would have been Salati, and Sala means salt, and ATI means man doing. So
like the guy who
they could have been salt miners in Sicily, or it was supposed to be SELA, and then the ATI, and that would have been Salati again. But Sela is saddle, and man on saddle, basically, or horse saddle. And again, that would kind of make sense for a Sicilian last name because, a lot there, in Sicily where a lot of cattle, well, not cattlemen, there were a lot of horsemen. Go ahead, Bear.
Just because you guys are where you are. John Stewart, when he was a comedian, had one of my favorite fucking talks about Ellis Island. We talked about his grandfather.
Mhm.
He says, my grandfather is so racist. He arrived at Ellis Island. They did the paperwork. He looked at the guy and he said, so I'm an American now? And they said, yes. And he turned around to everybody behind him and went, get out of my country, you damn bastards. So, there you go.
Well, I mean, that was of a time when, you know, it was like, welcome to America. You're an American now. Stop being a jackass.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, it's you know, it's so actually only one of my uncles still had his birth certificate from Italy that has it, you know, had it spelled correctly, but most of them came across without any kind of papers. I don't know why he was the only
so they
one
were
who had
wild.
it. Yeah, WAP, yeah, which is what it means, right? Without papers.
Without
It's like
papers.
that's where WAP comes from, and so it got misspelled to SELLATI. So anytime I see anyone with that spelling, whether it's here in the United States or even in Italy, because I know there's at least one television actress in Italy that has that same spelling, and it's like we're related, you know, we're all cousins or you know whatever. Yeah, most of it was an old family too, so none of that first generation is still around.
The one Italian dude that I know where his name come from for sure is Bruce
Yeah.
Lombardo.
Oh, Lombardo, yeah.
It's like, okay, so you're related to the Germanic Lombards that invaded Italy, you know, and caused Rome to fall. You're
Yeah.
a Lombard, and they call you Lombardo.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Now on my see, only my pop's family went through Ellis Island.
Mhm.
My mom and my biological paternal side came through Williamsburg, Virginia,
Huh?
in like 1680.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I was going to say it's a definitely different era.
A
Because,
totally
it's
different
not a
era, right?
regular port, you know, for
Like
immigration.
my pops, he's like, I really don't have much investiture in like the American Civil War because my family was not here. We,
Yeah.
we were still in Russia, you know, trying not to get murdered for being kulaks, right?
Yeah.
And but so what these guys did is they moved to a place in Virginia,
Mhm.
Hazard and Pulaski County, Virginia, right?
Mhm.
And then in the 1800s, somebody decided, you know, we're going to split Virginia up. It's just too big. And it become Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee.
Mhm.
Because at one time, the Virginia territory went all the way to the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
So I have records of my relatives that lived in Hazard or Pulaski County, Virginia
Mhm.
in like 1720. And it's like, you know, but my pop, he's got all the pictures of like his family from when they were in Russia and then when they come
Mhm.
here in New York and all that stuff. And I had a really lovely relative, Stephen. He is a heroin addict, but I loved him. And he lived in well, they sent him to Tel Aviv. And because they thought if they sent him to Tel Aviv, he could get off the junk. Turns out you can get heroin in Israel.
I know. Yeah. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure you can get it there too.
Yeah.
Probably easier.
But he's the one, I think I told whoever I told, he's the one that when the Gulf War happened and he found out I'd got shipped to Iraq. He called my mom, and because my mom, of course, was freaking because I'm, you know, mama's boy, right? And Stephen called her and said, "Don't worry about it. Arabs don't fight." And she's like, "What?" And he said, "I guarantee you they surrender the first time shit hits the fan, right?" And it made my mom feel better. And it was actually true. I mean,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
As soon as we hit the Iraqis, they're like, yeah, we're done.
The Iraqis were turning themselves into news crews. You know,
yeah, I mean,
CNN captured several hundred.
Persians are different. Persians were like, no, we'll fight to the death. You know?
My unit would, you know, early in the morning, my unit would receive hundreds, if not even thousands, that were crossing the desert and just turning themselves in to the, you know, enemy prisoner of war camps that we had set up along the Saudi-Iraqi border. And every morning they would turn themselves in. It was like to the point that my unit was 3 times its capacity in, so each camp was only supposed to hold like up to a few thousand, and each camp was like brimming with like 12 to 15,000 per encampment.
Yeah, we would use 88s, which are armor recovery vehicles,
Yeah.
and dig big trenches and put them in it. And then like MP units or military police would come and like load them up into the back of deuce and a halves and take them to wherever they went. Cause I was, up on the line.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I left that war thinking, the Iraqi are not that bad. They're not bad.
No.
The people are decent people. I really disliked Saudis, though.
Yes.
I left that war being like,
exactly the same thing I was going to say. When we were doing training for for continuing EPW operations back here in the States,
right?
We were now more closely working with Saudis, and we were working with people from all over the world. Obviously, I mean, we had Russians, we had Australians, we had Canadians, British, and Saudis, and we were like, damn, these Saudis are even worse than the Iraqis that we had imprisoned. With the exception of the Republican Guard, because they were pretty nasty. We had to separate them from the rest of the Iraqi prisoners, because the Iraqi prisoners, if they found out that it was especially an officer of the Republican Guard, they would look to kill them. Right. Because they were the true loyalists of Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, they were the elite of the Ba'ath Party.
Yeah, but the Saudis were just miserable people. Couldn't stand them.
Yeah, they're just not good people.
Yeah,
but, I mean, I'm sure there's some good ones, but the ones I encountered, and your typical, like we actually got into a run and gun north of Highway 8 with the Hammurabi division of the Republican Guard. My unit did. And we captured an officer. It's so funny you talk about. They had good equipment compared to everyone else. They were in relatively modern stuff. They actually fought, so we had to deal with them a little bit. And one of the officers we captured spoke better English than I did. That dude had went to school in Wisconsin.
Well, because a lot of them were westernized. They were westernized. A lot of them were they went.
And you're right. We had to kind of keep them off to their side when the MPs would come, because the conscripts who were wearing like shitty equipment, old beat up AKs from like whenever, boy, they did not like the Republican Guard.
Oh no, because the Republican Guard threatened their families.
Right.
They said you fight or we kill your families first.
Yeah, it's sad. The whole thing was sad, and I agree with Phyllis Canis. If you had to be in a modern American war, the Gulf War is the one you wanted to be in. Because I'll tell you what, I don't know what it is, but there's something about desert combat that even a hillbilly from freaking Kentucky can figure that shit out pretty quick.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Especially if you always fight at night and you got night vision on everything. And you got those PS3. We had PS3s and PS5s, and so it's like, and the guys we were fighting against 99.9% of the time, they had no night vision. So by the time they knew we were there, it was like, yeah, it's too late. You're done. But
there was nothing like being deployed in forest BDUs in the desert. It's like, with, although that was the first time I got upgraded to the A2s, because I was, all through training where we were still using A1s, M16 A1s. But once we got there, it was like, all right, here's your A2. And it was like, yeah, but we're still wearing forest green camo.
we had we called it chocolate chip uniforms.
That came a little bit later.
For
us it did, because you were active duty, right? Before you...
I was active duty infantry. We had A2 M16s also, but you know what?
Yeah, I was attached to a reserve unit. So when we went in as reserve units, even though I was still active from the training period, having finished AIS, around that time. I finished AIS in late January. So when I got shipped there, it was like bang bang done. You know, it was like literally spent 4 weeks, in country, and then they started saying, all right, we need logistics, because that was my MOS, was logistics. It was on they switched it up like 3 times, but I was a 92 Yankee and then a 92 Zulu, and which was basically 92 Yankee was supply, but Zulu was logistics, and that was more my speed, was dealing with operations of moving equipment and that kind of stuff. And so as soon as because I was a heat casualty, almost every fucking day, I could not keep hydrated, in that, because most people don't know, but January is their summertime, so it was like 126 in the shade, and after a couple of weeks of that, and blue blotchiness around the mouth and all those signs of it, they were like,
get cynetic.
Yeah, it was like, who wants to, we need some logistics people on the other end, so S4, who you sending back? I was like, I will go, not a problem.
See, what we had is our NCOs would just come around like nonstop and be like, drink water. And then we'd have to down like a liter of water.
Oh, yeah. I was throwing up from water. To this day, I still cannot drink too much water. My maximum is like 40 to 50 ounces of water a day. So I'll at most I'll drink 60, I guess. What are these bottles? I can't drink more than 3 of these a day.
Half a gallon of water a day.
Yeah, I can't do it.
But I live in Florida too, so I mean, as soon as I walk out in the front yard, it's like boom. The
only time I can drink 3 bottles of water a day is when I'm driving, and I'll drink one on the way to work, one at work, and one on the way home, and that's it for me for the entire day. But I usually get by on just maybe 20 ounces of water a day.
I've had days where I've drank a gallon of water.
Yeah, I can't do it.
But and it sucked too, because for the first couple months we had to be in MOP 2.
Mm-hmm.
So not only is it 100 and something degrees, you're carrying all your gear. Luckily, I was in a mech unit, so we had Bradleys. We could throw our shit up on the back.
Right.
And you're wearing your MOP suit, and there was not enough water until you guys finally got, because the logistics guys in the beginning weren't getting us water. They're getting us water to drink, but not to do anything else with, right? And so when we finally got to shower, my skin was black as a blacktop road, because all of that carbon had sipped through the MOP suit and then got it. Yeah, that is good times, man. Good times. But I mean, now last night we were talking, I was telling Bear, I was on your show, and we were having chats about Castles and Crusades, and we did a lot of different topics. Isn't an OSR, and that there's more than one OSR, and now Bear has been working on a game called Valorous, and luckily he shared art and stuff. Nice. And so far it looks absolutely beautiful. He's using the old black and white, like ink line drawn art style. So it kind of reminds me so much of like BX, early AD&D type stuff, right? Which I love. I mean, I think a lot of games think color art means they can get away with like being a little substandard in other areas,
Well, yeah, it's usually a crutch. I mean, don't get us on J. Scott Garibay, and his full page color art is all that it matters, right? It's like, well, it doesn't even matter if it's AI or anything like that. It just means that as long as it has full page color art, it's worthy of your paying attention to. The only exception he makes for that is Index Card RPG, but anyone else, it's like, oh, this is below par effort and everything like that. But then you look at the game like Dragon Slayer. I mean, Dragon Slayer has incredible art. Absolutely incredible art. I would say it's as good quality comparable to like Castles and Crusades, which does have full color art. And I think that, I actually probably like the art style a little bit better in, in that.
Trying to hide from the sun.
Yeah.
I got this. I've got all my things, but there's like a round, open glass thing in it.
Like a semicircle. I have the same thing. I stuff a pillow in that. I
used to have my Byzantine flag up there, and the HOA is like, you're not allowed to have anything up there unless it's just curtains. And I'm like anyone gave a shit about a purple thing across.
I literally have. I wish I could show it. I literally have a pillow just shoved into that half moon window there. Otherwise, it would glare right on my side. It still comes through somewhat, but not from that window there.
Okay, Bear. I can tell by the look on your face you're just dying.
Nope.
Yep.
You guys keep going. You're doing your old
man. Show it.
No, notice they're gone. They're
no bullshit.
Yeah, put them back on the shelf. They're gone. I'm not being that guy.
So you're going to be a tease.
I'm not being a tease. Yeah, well, fuck you.
Are you going to show your art?
No, I was going to show that I have the Fourth Crusade. I've never bought another Crusade after the Fourth Crusade, which is the green books.
The fourth printing. Yeah.
No, they're not printings. They're called Crusades, gentlemen. If you're going to be fans of them, call them by what they call them.
They were. That was 2010. Correct.
Around that time, yeah.
Yeah, that was the fourth printing, I believe, was 2010, and that was the first printing where James Ward worked on the encumbrance system.
Oh, Jesus!
That was the main change of this.
Bear loved the encumbrance.
James Ward's contribution to the encumbrance system. They also changed the monk and the barbarian a little bit in that particular edition.
Just a little story for you, DM Bloodworth. Bear has been burned at the stake over encumbrance.
I have been. It's amazing. In effigy, but yes.
In effigy, but
in effigy.
Someone, first off, him and Shadow got into it, and then one of the guys that's a regular made a meme of Shadow as a Puritan, having him burned at the stake for disagreeing with encumbrance. For some reason, I'm just standing there dressed up.
There, let me ask you. So, do you stick to the encumbrance, or you don't?
I don't play D&D.
No, but I'm saying even with Castles and Crusades, do you use?
I don't play D&D. That means I don't play OSC. I don't play Castles and Crusades. I don't play Dragon Slayer. I don't play any of them.
He runs a couple games of his home brew, getting ready to be released.
All right. Game. So in your own game system, do you have an encumbrance system?
Yes, it's called Use Your Brain. Okay,
so you're using a common sense thing, which is usually what I do. It's like no, you can't carry, five suits of plate mail, one on your body and 4 in your backpack.
My point that got me in trouble and had shadow arguments was this. I said this simple thing, and it's a simple fact of life. D&D and all of its clones are the only role-playing games I've ever encountered in my life where they had to write out extensive systems about how much shit you could carry. Yeah. Every other game, people just use their fucking brains.
Yeah.
But for some reason, D&D players, because of the wargaming ancestry or something, they just have to fucking get into these pointless debates about alignment, encumbrance. It's just like, God, shut up and play a game. Just role play for fuck's sake.
I'm just going to have to do this right now, Bear. I feel attacked.
Good. I'm glad you feel attacked.
I hand wave most.
You called me a cock tease, so fuck you.
I hand wave most of that, so you'd be happy with that fact that the only time I kind of bring up what they can carry, that looks good,
doesn't it?
Right. I like that cover.
It's what's
on the back
game. That's the color chart.
On the back?
That's the color chart.
Oh, that's the color chart.
So basically, I took my game Heroic, which is a neo clone of the old Marvel superheroes from TSR, and I made it into a fantasy game as well.
Cool.
And I'm going to be running it at ClaraCon, and I was doing layout all morning for the version 3 because we found a shit ton of errata. Proofreaders are the best. Hey guys, is there anything wrong? No, going to publish. The day I published, we found like 15 things. Fucking guys, what's wrong with you? Fuck, but what are you going to do? You're not paying them, so you got to just go, okay, thanks. So a week later, I'm
you're outside of Toronto or Montreal?
I'm in Montreal.
You're in Montreal.
Yeah, he's in the good part of
So
Canada.
can you?
No, I'm
so
not.
how
I'm
far
in
is it?
French socialist Canada.
How
But
far
you're
is
not
it?
in
How
Toronto.
far is it for you for Utica, New York?
Utica?
Yeah,
Why would I go to Utica?
for Central New York RPG Con.
No, but that's okay. Montreal to Utica.
It's probably 4 hours.
About a 4-hour, 20-minute drive, according
Yeah.
to this. But I
Yeah.
won't go, and I will not be going to the States for a while because your border guards have gotten insane, and they do shit like demand access to your electronic devices so they can download all the information in them and scan to see if you're a dissident. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck you, then. I'm not coming to
Really?
your country. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh, it's gotten bad. And
Oh,
that's
yeah?
one of the reasons many, not just the bullshit that happened recently, but that's one of the reasons a lot of Canadians have just stopped going to the States. It's like, this is a fucking violation of my privacy. My own government doesn't have the right to do this. So why the fuck does your border patrol have the right to do this?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
all
I
right,
wasn't
not
aware of
coming.
that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't know about until Bear mentioned it to me, and I was like,
Yeah.
that seems kind of weird. Like,
Yeah, because
And then if they find something,
Yeah.
something on that they don't like, they deny you entry to the country.
well, to me, what seems weird about that is unless you're suspected of a crime, it doesn't seem like they should be able to like investigate.
Exactly.
that
For
much.
example, there was a father, Canadian citizen, who was going down to, I think, somewhere like just over the border, probably, like North
UP or
Dakota or
something.
some shit, the Upper Peninsula, exactly, to pick up his daughter from his ex-wife and bring her back home because he had custody and they'd finally found
Right.
out the mother had run off and all that shit. Gets to the border, hands over his phone, and they scan his phone. And they never revealed in the article what they found. It was political stuff. And they found all this political stuff, and they denied him entry to the country, even though he was just going down to pick up his daughter and bring her back to Canada. It's just like, what the fuck is
Yeah,
wrong with
well,
you guys?
Yeah, I gotta
What's going
ask
on in
my
your country?
I gotta ask my cousin because we have a cousin that she works in Buffalo,
Right.
right? And her husband obviously he works in
Well, she's been punished
outside of
enough.
Toronto, and she crosses over the border every day.
Do they have
You
Nexus passes?
She probably does. She probably
Yes.
has
The
some
Nexus
kind
pass,
of
you can zip right through with your Nexus pass. That's the
Mm.
point. But if you don't have the Nexus pass, you got to go
yeah,
through the
yeah, she
whole
must
rigmarole.
because she crosses. I mean, she works there,
Yeah.
and she does that so she has medical coverage because
I'll be right back, guys. Hang on. I
Yeah.
gotta get something from my door.
Yeah, we have
Sure.
the same thing. I don't know if every state does it, but here in Florida, we have what they call the Gold Star ID.
yeah,
And
Well, yeah,
it's
we have
basically when you get your driver's license, you bring like all of your citizenship shit in there,
right.
and they put it all in,
Yeah,
and they give you
yeah,
an
they
ID
call
with
it a
special
real
star on it,
ID.
and you're good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they have a
right.
real ID. I got the same thing on my, so my effectively my driver's license can pass as a passport as well
Right.
because
right.
it has that on it. It has. I would never think of traveling outside of the country without the passport, though. Because
Yeah, you want a passport, but
Yeah,
at
because
least you've
like the
proven
Bahamas, which is the
beyond
only
a
place
shadow
we
of a
really
doubt.
go to.
See, Phyllis said something I wanted to say though. The Bard class in CNC sucks. Dude, I can't disagree more. I love the Scald. I think Scalds
Yeah.
are great. But
the Bard is better in Castles and Crusades than it is in AD&D.
I mean, that's a matter of
By far.
taste, though. I mean, like in OSC, they got like 3 kinds of bards. They got the bard that uses like druid magic. Then they've got like the arcane bard, and then they've got like another type of bard or something.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of kinds of bards, but I mean,
Yeah, the Bard is better.
for Castles and Crusades, though, he's more of like the Scald, the War Stinger, the
Which
freaking
they have anyway too. They do have
right.
this
So
so they I know I just got the Castles and Crusades the Adventurers backpack.
yeah, that's what we were talking about last
Yeah.
night.
Yeah,
You
so they
and
have that in there, and there's more than one Bard type in Castles and Crusades anyway.
Gotcha. What's up, homie? I hope things are great in Finland for you. It's getting to be what is it getting to be your summertime over there since it's starting to try and be in Florida, we just got little summer because we got big summer and then little summer, and that's really all we got.
So anyway,
the adventuring back. Yeah, I like the adventurer backpack
Yeah.
supplement a whole lot. They had one like 15, 20 years ago. A long time ago.
Yeah,
they had like
I
a
have the older
backpack.
one. Here's the older
Box set.
one. But now I have the new one on the PDF. Let me find the older one.
It makes making characters so easy because you roll the character up, pick the class, get your hit points, and then you say, okay, I'm going to spend 15 gold pieces and I have all this. The 9-ring broadsword. I don't even know what that is.
So
but
this is the other one that I did have. This is the first printing one. So this came out in, let's see.
But to be fair, Phyllis, when I picked up Castles and Crusades, it was the first printing, which I still have, or the first Crusade.
Yeah, this came out in 2018. First printing.
And I don't remember a 9-ring broadsword or anything like that. But I'm not saying it didn't exist. I'm just saying I don't even remember hearing about that shit.
There was another book, another supplemental from for Castles and Crusades called The Companion. And that was huge. Now, I don't know if that was something that was just pieced together by, a fan or whatever. I don't think it was an actual book. And officially put out by Trollord Games. Maybe somebody can correct me, but I've only seen it in PDF form. And I think that predates the 2018 Adventures Backpack, but that had a ton of stuff in it.
Yeah, the one I have, my first printing or first Crusade is the cream colored one with the knight on the cover.
Yeah, I have the recreation.
And all the art, black and white. It came out like 25 years ago.
Yeah, it was 2003 or 4.
Yeah.
It was written in 3 and it came out in 4.
Castles and Crusades was my second non-mainstream D&D game I played. The first one was Labyrinth Lord.
Right.
Jeff Proctor or whatever, which was
Daniel Proctor.
Daniel Proctor. It's just BX. And then him and a bunch of other dudes got together and they worked on Osric. And eventually, because Proctor's in the credits for Osric too.
Yeah.
And so when I run AD&D first edition, I usually keep my Osric 2.0 on the table.
Yeah,
and I literally, I know this might be considered heresy, but if there's any question about a rule, I look in the Osric book. Because some of the rules in AD&D, as much as I love it, like when you get into unarmed combat and shit like that, it gets hairy. When you got to roll like 19 times to find out, and somebody could just knock you out. And I'm like, nah, whatever. I'm sorry. I don't know what Gary was thinking when he come up with those rules. And the initiative system in AD&D first edition is like, what? Segments and this and that? Nah, not doing it.
Yeah, I don't know why they include. Actually, Dragon Slayer includes it too. Is the weapon speed factor? I think some people get really hung up on, putting the weapon speed factor in there.
Agreed.
Now I'm looking over the this one here and trying to figure out what they changed to the new one, and so they have magic items, they have magic components, they have battle mounts in the old one, they have unarmed combat, so they're keeping, I don't know if they've changed very much in any of this here. They have added some new classes. So this one, the old one had, what was like a bard? They have a Scald in here.
Yeah.
So the Scald was put in this initially, I guess. But that's 2018, so I don't know if the Scald was in anything earlier than that.
Yeah,
but I'm opposed to like using names like Scald and Paladin because those are very specific historical things, right? Like a Scald was a Nordic battle fucking drummer or whatever. He was. They were part of the Viking thing.
He was the story.
Paladins were the ones who served Charlemagne. Like there's this.
Yeah.
Knight is a generic term. Fighter is a generic term. Wizard is a generic term. But if you say magus, you're now referring to something very specific at that point in time. Or if you say paladin or skald or what have
Right.
you. And I hate that everyone's so fucking scared of the word bard now. They run around looking for anything other than the word bard to use, and it's annoying.
Yeah, because I think lately bards get a bad name for it because of the kind of player it attracts. You know what I'm saying? It's like
I love playing bards. I used to love playing bards.
Yeah,
I had fun, but none of my bards tried to fuck a dragon.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying bard has attracted that type of player, and that's why it's thrown under the.
Just give it a second,
especially when you add in
your camera's fucking up, James.
a Tief Bardling or once you start combining it up with some of those races, and it's like, okay, here we go, and it's going to be something that is.
Do you want to know what races?
Going to attract the wrong kind.
Do you want to know what races you can play in Valorous?
Let me just ask you: is there anything? Well, it could either be only humans.
No, it's not only humans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then your traditional.
Like a game from the 80s and 90s, it's not a game to be a generic game. It's set in a specific locale. Everything about it is about the locale, what have you. It's not, here's a generic fantasy game to compete with. No. This is, you want to play this game? This is about playing heroic fucking fantasy in the kingdom of Keldara.
Right.
So you can play a human, and there's a bunch of different human cultures in the kingdom that you can select from the northern, fighting tough guys to the southern, a little more swarthy continental people, what have you. It's a little bit Europe-y. You can play an elf. There's 3.5 types of elf you can play. You can play a wood elf. You can play a high elf. They're very, very fucking rare. And it's telling you right up front, this is a rare thing. You can play a city elf. These are elves who, under the Treaty of Grey Wolf, chose to live amongst the humans. And the other elves see them as like dead ends. Like in fact, their name for them is the people with no future. Essentially, it's like it means like they're going nowhere. And they're slowly losing their magic and all that. Or you can play a half elf, which is usually a city elf and a human mixed and made a thing. You can play a gnome. You can play a halfling or a hufflin. There are 4 different types of halfling you can play. And there's 2 types of dwarves. And that's it.
Yeah, but there's only one question that's on my mind.
What's that? Why am I so big?
Because I got kicked out of my own game.
I know. I'm just reminding you. Anyway, what's the question that's on your mind? Okay, I'm in charge. What's the question on your mind, sir? Go ahead. First, call it 3. Go ahead.
Can you be from the Baja?
You cannot be from the Baja. There is no Baja in the game. Call it 2. Go ahead.
Right. Or the McLaughlin group. You're all wrong.
Wrong. Here's why you're wrong.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that guy. So
no, you cannot be from the Baja, James. There is no Baja in the kingdom of Keldara. But if you wanted to use the game to set it up for the Baja, I'd absolutely run that for you.
Yeah, right. But I watched Watchmen the other day, and there's the McLaughlin group is in Watchmen, and they got Pat Buchanan on. It is pretty hilarious.
It's a good movie. I like that movie.
Yeah,
I used to like when they did on Saturday Night Live. They used to do the Sinatra group, and it was what's his name? Troy McClure, Phil Hartman as Frank Sinatra doing the same thing. And at one point they did one where they had, I can't remember who was the guest, but one of them was one of the girls playing Sinead O'Connor, right? They were going on about the Pope and all that shit. He's like, question 3, the bald chicken. What's with her head? Fucking genius.
Let's see. I'm looking at some of the questions here. I'm glad, Richard, you are aware of Burger Games.
Yes, Coco's playing a gnome, a hoblin, as they're called.
I'm glad you're aware of Burger Games.
I don't even know what Burger Games is. What is that, James?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
James is holding something and cannot speak because he's holding loose.
Yeah, he's frozen, I think.
Is he? No, I see a little bit of moving around his fingers.
No,
you're right. No, he is frozen.
He's frozen.
Oh, well, we lost him again. There he goes.
Yep, there he goes. So anyway, now this is the Baron Bloodworth show. He's back.
That sounds like a good A&E special.
Yeah.
Well, we had the Bloodworth show yesterday.
So
Oh,
yeah,
you know what we could do is we could combine into one creature and make a really dark children's series called the Bloodworth Bears.
Oh my God.
And it's basically about a bunch of bears, like the Berenstein Bears, but instead of them being like a happy family, they're actually pretending to be a happy family, but they're actually serial killers.
we could be.
Yeah, I'm glad you can't
Yeah.
see his face.
What would the trio be called? We could be the Orthodox Bear and Blood.
Well, I'm not Orthodox in any way, shape, or form. I'm actually
No, I'm saying
Orthodox.
that's
There's
James
the three
included
bears.
in there. So he's the Orthodox.
James, put yourself back on the big screen, please.
I don't.
It's stressing me out. It's stressing me out, man.
I don't know. You're kind of handsome. I mean, what do you care?
I'm very handsome, but that's not the point. The point is, it's your show. I hate being in the driver's seat.
That's a lie. You are a control freak.
Well, no, I am not. You know I'm not.
I know you're not, but I like to say that you are.
You like to try and troll me sometimes. I know.
Sometimes I know my
And
wife.
eventually, that means one day we're going to meet, and I'm going to have to hockey shirt you and teach you why you don't poke Canadians.
Well, I think the only way that Bear that we're going to meet is if you go to CNY RPG Con, but maybe once they
tell you what, when
once
your
they-
border bullshit calms
once the border
down,
bullshit calms down and everything, then
The only time I'm likely to run into Bear would be at Claricon, and I trust Dungeon Minister to save me from any of Bear's evil stuff.
I ain't going to do it inside. What are you, stupid?
Oh, so if I go to Claricon, just stay in the church.
Yeah. Don't leave. Don't go
Now,
to the parking
which
lot.
person is the Dungeon Minister? Is that Derek White?
No, his real name is Father Aaron.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's a different.
But
Because
it's
there's another guy that
Alberta.
Derek White that I think they also call him the Dungeon Minister.
OGG, I'm going to be doing all the stuff for the game this week.
I've never heard of that guy.
And
Derek White, they call him. Maybe he has a different name. But yeah, that's who I thought you were. Because I was like, I'm kind of surprised because that guy is very, very. He's a good designer, and they welcome him with open arms in every place that he goes, and
I wouldn't know what that's like.
Coco, how tall are you, Coco? How tall are you? I'm curious, Coco. Tell me
He's
how tall
pretty
you are.
left leaning, so that's why I was surprised. But I think it's a different guy. I know it's
It definitely is.
Father Aaron is
Father
not the guy you're
Aaron,
thinking of.
I
Yeah.
know his real name and everything.
yeah.
Because I have, like, he and I have exchanged stuff through the mail and stuff. So, and it's not that guy. Now,
Hey,
is
Alfred, how's it
is
going?
Father Aaron kind of a leftist? He could be. I don't know.
Yeah,
We
I don't
never
mind if
talked about
somebody
that
is
shit.
just.
I have no idea what he thinks.
Slightly
about
left of center. I mean, fine. That's not a big deal to me.
it.
It's
Yeah.
like when they're
I like not
they're
knowing
extreme.
what my friends
It's like-
think.
It's like I don't like people that are extreme on the right. I don't like people that are extreme on the, on the,
No, GG, I'm not doing the Friday supper. No.
And like I said, I prefer not to know.
Yeah,
I like when people keep their shit to themselves and don't
Yeah.
drag me into it. Like, because if you ask me a question, I'm going to
Cool.
tell you my opinion, and you may not like it.
right.
So it's best
Real-
not
real
for
fast
everybody.
before
Nobody
you
can ask
two-
my opinions.
Just real fast for Coco. Cool. You're of the right height. We're going to get you, me, Mages Musings, and Father Aaron, and we're going to stand and take a picture where we're going to put Yield Geek in front of us because he's the size of a hobbit. And
Yeah, he's
I'm
like
6'3".
5'5" or something.
Yeah, and like he's 5'7", I think, but I'm 6'3". Well, I'm 6'2 3/4 because I'm getting old. Father Aaron's like 6'2", 6'3". Mages Musing 6'2", 6'3". You're 6 foot. There'll be a couple other big guys there. We're gonna get all the big guys together and then put fucking John in front of us and take a picture just to
Makes
show the
me wonder what
disparity.
we're putting in the damn water in Canada that's causing you guys to all be giants. And I'm 6'1".
You drink this stuff, it'll turn you into a sexual tyrannosaurus,
So-
just like me.
Oh,
Strategia,
yeah.
I just don't remember who. Like you're asking me about Burger Games, and that's the publisher. But I'm not aware of the game that you're actually talking about.
Well, it's only available in Finnish.
Yeah.
You're talking to Satya,
Let's see.
and the game he's talking about, you can only get in the Finnish.
He said I covered it on my channel.
Maybe another game, because he was saying the game that starts with a D, but it's only in Finnish, and the Finnish language is like, yeah, good luck. It's a hard language. You're 225. I'm 6'1" and 240.
Yeah,
'Cause
dude, I'm
still
6'3" and
fat.
like
I gained
3.
20 pounds.
I'm
this year.
6'3" and I'm
If he's
387.
talking about this game, this is not the game. I've never covered this game. He might be mistaken.
I think Such is talking about another game.
Yeah,
that he did cover.
this is the only game that I can see. Well, why can't I? Oh, I can't. I can't chat in here, can I?
Nope.
You can't chat. You know what?
No, I think I have to go into through YouTube.
There's
in
not a
order to
little chat button down there.
No, I don't have. No.
Oh
for
no,
sure.
you covered the Stalker RPG.
Oh, Stalker. Yes. That's it. Yes,
If it's
I
the
do
same
have
game
that.
that I have, the Stalker RPG. That's a weird game.
Yeah.
It's a strange game. 6'2" before the back injury. Yeah, I mean,
No.
like Bear
Good
said,
boy.
you
OG's
shrink
a good
as you
boy.
get older, man. That's why some
We
people hang
really
themselves upside
fucking
down.
do, which is so aggravating.
That's why those people like freaking. They're always selling those machines so that you can like hang upside down and shit.
So this is the game.
Decompress
he's
the
talking
spine
about.
or whatever. Gravity is a merciless bitch.
So that's the game he's talking about.
Yeah, see, I don't have that one. I have a much older one,
Yeah.
and it's really weird. It's like,
Yeah. So this is geez, how old is this thing? It's gotta be like early.
yeah,
Oh,
I'll do it to you, OG. I know I can no longer wear my SCA helmet
2012.
or even
2012.
I can't even wear my firefighter helmet for more than a couple minutes since I blew out all of the vertebrae in my neck. Also, I can only rotate my head like half as far as I used to be able to because they fused everything and put like a titanium box in there with a bunch of screws to hold my neck together. So yeah, wearing like a 9-pound firefighter helmet, that's not going to happen anymore. You know, as soon as I put that thing on more than a couple minutes, I get a splitting migraine and my neck hurts.
Yeah, that's the one. So TJ, that's the one that I found just online too.
Yeah.
Is, the Praetor.
Yeah. Maybe it is the same one. And I don't know.
It uses the same it has Praetor and then it has Stalker on this site here.
Well, I mean, Jas, if their opinion is that Trump's trying to be a king, they're stupid. And if they're just against kings in general, then you get to my opinion, which is, but what about the King of Kings? And if you're not religious at all, then I guess it don't matter to you either way.
And also, what about Elvis Presley and Michael Jackson? I mean, come on.
King of Pop and the King of Rock. So why are they talking about no king?
Or how about Jack the King Kirby? You know, the greatest comic book creator of all time. I mean, come on, like stop this.
The one thing I said, about that,
the
not
great
to get
one.
too political, but with the no kings thing, I said on Facebook, I was like,
they're a joke anyway.
You do understand that the fact that there are protests for no kings that are being allowed to occur kind of makes it clear that there isn't a king. You know what I'm saying? Because no king would allow that. Or no dictator would allow that.
Protest in England, literally like a mile from Buckingham Palace. And it's like, but you guys actually do got a king.
Did you see Trump's trolling post about the no kings thing?
Oh, of course, because Trump
brilliant.
is the king of the trolls and the king.
Oh my God, that was
the
so
king of
funny.
queens.
I was crying when I read it. You got to mute there, Bloodworth.
Now, I am sorry. He's talking to his wife, probably. I am sorry that the Border Patrol is treating our Canadian brothers like shit because I don't agree with that, no matter who's in charge of that. But, I do. It's like there isn't kings in America. You can protest. No one cares. In Florida, just stay out of the streets and don't threaten anybody.
Yeah, that's the key thing. It's like, just keep it. If you keep it, civil, and you keep it where you can, not disrupting anybody else's passage of any way, then you'll be fine. And they'll find that there's nothing that they're really protesting. You know what I'm saying? There's no protest. They're just speaking out.
I said, Richard, they showed pictures of these guys. They're dressed up like clowns and unicorns.
Yeah.
Listen,
I gotta run because my wife wants to go out to eat dinner. So
bye.
You guys have a good one.
You too. My wife made me a homemade pizza on a low carb naan bread. Oh my God, so good. And
Nice. By the way, when you say non-bread, you're saying bread, just so you know.
well, I'm saying, yeah. I guess you're right. Indian naan is just bread, right?
No, well, naan is the word for bread.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm
So
agreeing.
that'd be like me saying I had pan bread. You know, like if I had a French loaf of French bread, I'd be like, I had pan bread. You know, it's like bread. It's the same thing with
Leave
chai.
me alone, Bear. You know I'm from Kentucky.
You know, it doesn't hurt you. You've been to more continents than I have. Maybe I could enlighten you a little bit. Who knows?
Actually, I've been to a few continents: Africa, Central America, the Middle East.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So maybe not be
Stopped in Greece, but they didn't let us out of the airplane.
Well, can you blame them?
Yeah, naan. We went to Publix
NAAN.
last night, and the naan was buy one get one free for the low carb naan,
Oh, nice.
which just means they put extra fiber in it or something.
Yeah.
And so she puts a little sauce on it and a little bit of sprinkle, a little bit of sausage and a little bit of cheese, and put those things in the oven. And damn, it's like little pizzas, you know.
Nice.
And you know, it's pretty good. But yeah. But squirrel and bacon, I have not ever ate a possum, JAS, but I've ate so many squirrels that if Rick and Morty were right and squirrels were running shit, I'd be dead. We used to go out in the woods with our little Marlin 22s, and we would come back with like just a whole satchel full of freaking squirrels, man. Like, and it's weird too, because when you pull the skin off of them and take the tail and the head off, they look like little people. Like little people with no skin. But then you batter fry them and they're good as hell. And now Florida, man. Yeah, I live in Florida currently. We have access to gator, 2 types of crocodile, and the black caiman from South America. So we're just making it happen down here, man. All the dinosaurs. They might as well rename this state to Jurassic Park. Welcome to the free state of Jurassic Park or Dinosaur Land or some shit. Non-bread is Non's bread of choice when he's not quietly fighting Superman.
It's non. I fight you. Come on, Superman. Let's go. Come on.
Yeah, well, every now and then down here there's something, and they sell the Indian bread, and we lucked out because Publix is generally more expensive than say Aldi's or whatever, unless all you ever buy is the BOGO stuff. At which case it becomes much cheaper, but it requires discipline, because when you go in the store, sometimes if you're like me, you just want to buy what you want to buy, right? But my wife is like, well, it's not BOGO, we're not buying it. So then I'm like, fine. But I did get off the leash though while she wasn't paying attention. I got like 1.5 pounds of beef bologna, because every now and then I just want some bologna and mustard and potato chips on freaking toast. You know, like a sandwich like that. Mm. I mean, I grew up eating the poor man's steak, and every now and then I'm just like, look, I like bologna. I can't help it. It's just how it is.
Fried bologna.
Yeah, nice thick cut fried bologna with some eggs. Hell yeah. So do you, giant snake at a local butcher? No, that's something you're going to have to do for yourself, homie. Now, people do. I have ate a rattlesnake once when one of my uncles killed like a 7-foot diamondback, like an eastern rattler. They get freaking huge. This thing was bigger around as my thigh. You know what I mean? And I didn't care for it, man. And I don't like alligator either. I tried it, and I'm like, nah. And I'm not eating a frog. But frogs are scary anyway. So, yeah, you can get out here with that. You give me this look, right? But you remember I went off on, why do people always use orcs? Because bullywugs are way scarier. It's a cold-blooded, cannibalistic, will literally eat anything that can fit in its gullet. Just, they're the worst. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 5'6" is tiny when you got a bunch of 6-foot-plusers standing around, Sax. You know, feeling like basically like the English when your people arrived.
Amon is 5'6" or thereabouts, which is kind of wild because I've met a lot of, I don't know what particular brand of Middle Easterner he is, but I've met some tall ass Middle Easterners.
He's Pakistani.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. Because Indians tend to be little too. And they're the same ethnic group, really. Kinda. Sorta. Not really.
No, they
Iguana
really
in South
are.
Florida, they will pay you money to kill them son of a bitches off of golf courses. They are such a menace. And they live underground is the thing. They hide in trees, but they dig holes underground, so they wreck golf courses. So yeah. But I think the guys I met that were like almost 7 foot tall were Kurds or some shit. They were big old boys. Maybe they were from Turkmenistan or someplace like that. They were Muslims and they were big. You know what I mean? I mean, without getting into too much detail, that's what I know. They were Muslims and they were freaking big. Another group I know for a fact that has a lot of giants, because my brother-in-law's one, is Serbs. I don't know what in the hell the radiation or something in Serbia is doing, but those boys get close to 7 foot tall, some of them. My brother-in-law, Alexi, is like 6'8", 300 pounds, and he looks skinny. Also slightly a little bit unknowingly racist because he's Serbian.
Mm.
Like this black guy cut him off at a grocery store and started yelling at his wife, and Alexi got out of the car, and of course he's giant, covered in, Slavic style tattoos, and he dropped the hard R and was like, "Come over here," and the dude jumped in his car and left. He's like, "No, you're a giant and you're covered in prison tats, so I'm out of here." Like, it's okay. The Dutch are I think on average the tallest people.
Yes, they are very tall. Used to be the Australians.
Working in showbiz. Oh, that's for you. Yeah, Jazz is.
I don't talk about that publicly, Jazz. Sorry, man.
Now, I can tell you this, though.
I keep it close to the chest.
Yeah, he's a secretive guy, this bear. But some of the Caribbean people eat iguana. Yeah. And I have heard that they think it's actually, they only eat like the legs, and they grill it, and supposedly it's delicious. I've never had it. I don't know.
What are we talking about?
Iguana meat.
Oh, boy.
Like Caribbeans will eat iguana meat. The guys down in Miami that go hunt iguanas, a lot of times, like Haitians, Dominicans, whatever, will be like, "I'll take those iguanas." And I've seen it on YouTube videos. Guys are like, "Fine, what do you do with them?" And they're like, "Well, you take the back legs off because that's where all the big meat is." And they skin it, of course, and then they spice that shit up and throw it on a grill. And apparently it's good. I mean, if it's meat and you throw enough freaking adobo on it, it's probably going to be fine. You know what I mean? And if you don't know what adobo is, it's a Hispanic seasoning you can get down south. The chicken of the tree. I have heard that.
Chicken of the tree.
Yeah. So, but they got these guys that buy those super high-powered air rifles, the ones that are like chambered in like 357 and shit like that. And they go down they ride around golf courses on their little golf carts. And when they see a big iguana, they just pop him in the head, throw him in the back. And then a lot of times you'll have like someone from the island sees him and is like, "Can I have the dead iguanas?" And the white guy's like, "Sure, man, knock yourself out," because he's just going to throw them away anyway. I had the same thing. I went fishing once and we caught a shit ton of hardhead catfish, right, out of the ocean. And they're literally just not edible at all. But there was an Asian family down the way, and they saw us keep throwing them up on the beach because you're not supposed to let them back in the water because, they're bad fish or whatever. And the Asian guy comes up and he's like, "Hey, can we have those fish?" And I'm like, "Of course, I mean, there's like 12 of them down there, the whole family, right?" Yeah. And it turned out they were from Vietnam. And what they do is they take all that crap fish that no one wants to eat and they boil it until it like liquefies. And then they let the boiled pot cool down and they skim the fat off the top. And that's how they make fish oil to put on their rice. So, useless knowledge, Bear, but it happened to me and Haas one night fishing at Sebastian.
I don't, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, the guys wanted junk fish, and he told us what they did with it. I was like, "Knock yourself out." Flying roast beef, sandhill cranes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you kill a sandhill crane though, you be in trouble. How you doing, Death Eye or Death Angel? Yeah, they are. You want to talk about another dinosaur that lives in Florida? The sandhill crane. They're like 6 foot tall birds, and they'll stand in your front yard, raise hell, and have sex. They're kind of like
Florida. So they're from Florida. That's all.
They're from Florida, yeah. But they kind of like people to watch them for some reason.
Again, they're from Florida. I'm not.
Like,
where's the disconnect?
There's no disconnect. You're right.
Put the link up so maybe Saxis or some of these guys can join us. It's been a while.
It has been a little while, and I do have a little while left to go, an hour or so. Then I promised my wife I'd get the floors done, and even though I think it's cruel and unusual punishment that I should have to do the floors and everything, but apparently that's what you do when you're a good husband. You help out. And I'm like, damn it. I told her this morning I wanted to be held to the same standards as our Pomeranian. As long as he don't shit in the house, he's a good boy. It's like, that's the standards I want. I'd be like, hey, baby, I didn't poop anywhere in the house on the floors at all. And she'd be like, you're a good boy. I'd be like, awesome. Score. That little bastard. He gets
Can I get a Kit Kat? Mm-hmm.
Right? Can I get a treat? I didn't poop anywhere. You know, but that's the thing, you know. He gets all the benefits and none of the hassle. But Hungar is back from getting his who knows what. You never know with that guy.
Probably something you shouldn't be eating, you know, Hungar.
Oh, well, you know that. Probably something that'll end up costing him a leg at some point or another. But hey, whatever. Nutria, we have them down here, but the only people I've ever heard eating them are like Cajuns in Louisiana. They will eat a nutria. But, and people are like, oh, they're like giant rats. Well, actually, they're kind of like a beaver, but with a rat's tail. And they're weird because they got big red teeth. Their teeth are like red. It's weird. But anyway, I always say if I'm reincarnated, I want to come back as, my wife's dog. He does say that. He's been saying that for years. Because my wife spoils her little fluffer nutter. Pizza. Yeah, probably not something you should be eating unless you got like some kind of low carb pizza. And I don't know if they, if you could ever get that unless you make it yourself. See, I'm lucky. My wife, she does buy the low carb like bread and everything like that for me. So I can still have a bologna sandwich and not feel horrible about it.
Yeah.
But I'm getting you, Death Angel. I'm sorry. I was moving slow.
Oh, that's all right.
And Sax, of course, is always invited. He knows that.
Sax, yes, where are you?
Sax and I go way back. Like when X was called Twitter and shit.
Oh man, the olden days.
Oh yeah.
The dark era.
well, Sax and I always found ourselves kind of on the same side of the D&D arguments.
Yeah. Back
when Twitter was all about, the addition wars and shit. And Sax and I, it was Sax, Mofridius or something like that, myself. There was like a whole crew, and we were kind of always on the same side, which was like the old school,
Yeah.
And I was also really friendly with Jeffro too. I mean, I didn't hang out with the guy, but I was friendly with him. I mean, I never.
From the Bro SR.
Yeah, I mean, because my opinion was, if he wants to run his game that way, who am I telling him not to?
More power to him, man. Yeah. I don't begrudge them. I don't think I could play with this, 1-to-1 time like they want to.
I don't even know how they do that, but again, like you said,
but more power to them. It seems like a lot of extra work on my side. So
yeah,
but if they want to do it,
I had to step in a little bit and start throwing arguments around when everybody was hating on Harmony Ginger just for talking to the guy, and then they were hating on the Basic Expert just because he talked to the guy, and it's like, so there was a crew of us that were like, you guys shut up. But
Yeah, I
you
don't.
get the mental clarity on keto. Yes. And see, I need to go back on hardcore keto where all I ate was beans and meat and stuff, because that's when I lost like almost 100 pounds. But then I started easing back and allowing myself some treats here and there, and it's caught up to me. I've gained some weight back. And then how did I end up in Florida? My parents got divorced, and then one set moved to Florida and the other set stayed in Kentucky. And I went back and forth. And then after the Army, I decided that Florida was a lot better for job opportunities than Kentucky, which has none where I'm from. Because they're always wanting to close down the coal mines, and that's literally the only thing there is there. So
See, at least
unless I want to strip copper wiring out of abandoned trailers, I would starve. So I came down here, and through my wife pushing me to be a good person, ended up becoming a firefighter. But if it weren't for her, though, I'd probably still just be a drunk that worked, construction. Which, not that there's anything wrong with that, to quote Seinfeld. I mean, if you want to work a hard construction job and spend every weekend in the pub drinking, I mean, okay, knock yourself out. Is there a difference between hillbillies and swamp people? Yes. Hillbillies stay to themselves and mind their own business, and Florida man will be up in your ass in 3 seconds in your yard, taking a poop, shaving your cat's head, and just being all buck wild for no reason. That's why the protesters down here are super polite, because Florida man is always around the corner.
Yep.
And he will get you. He is our hero. He's not the one we wanted.
Is he a hero or is he an anti-hero?
But he is the one we got. So yeah, like down here, if you jump out in the middle of I-4 with your protests, you're legally allowed to just get ran over.
You're a speed bump.
Yeah, you're a speed bump. If somebody runs you over, they will not be charged.
Nope.
And since everyone down here can concealed carry, and we have the Castle Doctrine, we have the Good Samaritan Law, and the other thing, you don't have to threaten me with death. If you threaten somebody near me with death, I can shoot you. Yeah. So, yeah, our protests tend to be really polite. People on sidewalks with signs being like, we don't like this. And other people being like, okay, whatever,
Yeah.
Like, and nobody in their right mind ever is going to stand up and like call a cop a bitch to his face in Florida. I mean, that's a good way to just get.
Well, I was going to say they can.
You can.
End up well for them.
You're going to go to jail at the least.
Yeah.
It's like that one officer when they asked him why they shot that guy 90 times, and he's like, "Well, we ran out of ammo."
Yeah.
And the freaking journalist is just looking at him like, What? You're an elected official and have been for like 25 years? Yep. Yes, as a matter of fact, Bear is a Canadian hillbilly. Even though he lives in Montreal, he was originally from Appalachia.
Hill William, sir.
Hill William, sir. Yeah.
Actually, I'm from Quebec, so I'm a Guillaume de Colin.
Yeah, but where he was from was basically their part of Appalachia, because it goes all the way up the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's up, Quickly? How you doing, my British brother? I hope you're all right. I hope your tea's just the right temperature and got just the right amount of milk in it.
No, my tea's the right temperature. It's iced.
Yeah, it's so weird. I saw a show where they actually gave British kids Southern-style iced tea, and none of them had ever had it in their whole life.
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
These kids were like 12. And it's like, it never occurred to you to just drink iced tea? Yeah, and they loved it.
Hang on. There's a huge difference between iced tea and sweet tea.
Oh, they loved it, though. Like, every one of the British kids, they ate, like, biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Tea, and they were just like, this tea is, like, the best. I'm going to go home and make this.
But it's like sugar. It's just fucking sugar.
Well, half a cup at least for a gallon.
Yeah,
half a cup of sugar at least. The guys I worked with at the station, they want a full cup of sugar in the tea. So I always made 2 gallons of tea, 1 unsweet for me, and 1 basically syrup for them.
Yeah, I'm a heathen too. I drink unsweet, but
Yeah, I like my iced tea unsweet.
and
But,
in Tennessee, yeah, I'm a heathen.
Off-grid gamers up there in the hills with the Scots-Irish Lumberjacks, which is 9% of the population of eastern
quickly.
Kentucky and Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm Scots-Irish, so you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like everyone, somehow I ended up being German.
Yeah.
But
OGG, what part of Ontario are you in again? I know you told me last time we ran into each other, but I forget.
high for Ontario, yeah, because that's the plains, isn't it?
Yeah, well, but like, dude, don't forget Ontario has running in the north. It has the Shield and the
Right.
Canadian Shield, which is not flat. I mean, it's rough terrain. And then the south, they've got the escarpment that runs all the way along, which is where Niagara Falls and all that stuff is. That's fucking insane. Like that. You want to see something beautiful? I had never even seen it, and I'd been all over Canada. And then, like 15 years ago, my girlfriend at the time, my father went to Niagara Falls for the day. We drove up to, like, we met in Toronto and blah, 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 and then we went to Niagara Falls. And driving to Niagara Falls in Toronto, we started approaching the escarpment. It was fucking gorgeous. It's just this massive cliff that runs for hundreds of miles and is covered in trees, and like villages are built along it. It's fucking gorgeous, man.
Yeah,
It's
I've been up
crazy
there.
beautiful.
I drove.
That's a funny question.
I drove from Kissimmee up to Niagara Falls, Ontario,
Oh yeah.
and I moved a girl I knew up there, and then I got
Oh.
stuck in Tonawanda, New York, which is a suburb of Buffalo.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know the nice thing about Buffalo, right, is you can look across the border and you can see the Canadian side is real pretty. So you got the great view. I feel sorry for the folks that live on the Canadian side and have to look at Buffalo though.
So I went to college in a place called Belleville, Ontario, which is on the right on Lake Ontario. And when we'd go to the States, Buffalo, or actually Rochester is where we'd go in, is through Rochester.
Rochester, yeah.
Rochester's a little better than.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, and Binghamton is the worst. You don't want to be anywhere near Binghamton.
Like, it was shocking, like crossing the border. We're like, oh, this is what the fuck? You know, like, what the hell happened?
The roads are crap in Buffalo, and I presume in Rochester. I only drove through Rochester on my
But
way.
Well, by comparison, I cross over here into upstate New York at Plattsburgh and stuff like that. It's beautiful.
Okay.
It's just beautiful. You know, the Hudson River Valley is beautiful.
yeah. So that's why we fought wars about it. Anyway, Phyllis Canis, yes, I fought my share of meth fires. That's a fact.
Okay, cool.
But 90% of it, homie, is just working on people with diabetes. Hungar wants to know what part of Tennessee you're in, because he's in Tennessee too. And we all know the moonbow only comes out in Kentucky at the Cumberland Falls or Kilimanjaro, Africa. That's your 2 choices to see a moonbow.
There you go. So OGG knows the town without going into doxing him that I went to college in Ontario. It's called Belleville, and I went to Loyalist College. And I ran into a guy I worked with years later at a call center, and he was from Belleville. And he says to me, he goes, "What do you think of Belleville?" And I looked at him, and I said, you know, it was like being in chapter 4 of a Stephen King novel. There's all this weird shit going on. And you meet these strange people, and you get the feeling something's up. And if you made it to chapter 5, the bodies would start piling up, but you're stuck forever in chapter 4. He just looked at me, he goes, "That is the best description of my hometown I've ever heard." And I'm like, okay, fair, man, fair.
Like, nothing ever really happens. It just keeps leading up.
It's
like
such a strange fucking town, man.
The town I'm from, with its population of, I don't know, 100. And we're just over 4,000 or so feet above sea level. If you go to Black Mountain, that's about 30 minutes away. That's like 5,000 and change above sea level.
You'll like this, James. So when I was at Loyalist, we had to smoke in the back, right in the quad. This area is all.
Is that like a university?
Yeah. And the right next to Belleville is Trenton, and Trenton Air Force Base has one of the longest, runways in North America. You can land the space shuttle. It's qualified to land the space shuttle.
Oh, was it one of the emergency landings?
Yeah. It's an emergency landing spot. But this was happening. We were there during the first Gulf War. So every day they'd come in flying over the fucking they passed right over the school. All the Hercs coming in and going, or coming in, they'd go out the other way, but they'd come in. So we'd see Hercs all day long coming in to do supply runs, what have you. Because it's the Gulf War. And then one day we're fucking smoking, and the sun goes out, and we all look up, and a fucking galaxy is coming in. And he is so low, we can read the numbers on the bottom of the fucking plane, right? Like, it's like, holy fuck. Now, my buddy, his dad was the chief firefighter at Trenton. So we run to the parking lot, jump in his car, we race over to Trenton. We get there just in time to see the nose cone going up and them starting to unload the fucking interior of that thing. And that's like, God damn, that's a huge thing, you know? Hey, the dungeon minister's here. What's up, Aaron? Father Aaron?
Yes.
Canadians
He's
have
got
yes. Canadians have a
coming
king.
up, right?
Yes, King James is our king. Or not King Charles.
Yeah, you got
James. Yeah. You know what century is it now?
Who gives a fuck? These names are interchangeable. Like, really, until William becomes King Arthur, I don't care.
You know what? I'm gonna. Well, okay. Bear already knows this. I'm a monarchist at heart, anyway. So, I mean, I have no problem with kings. So the no kings guys, they already lost with me because I kind of like the idea of a king. It'd be especially cool if I could be the king, but you know, whatever. Plus, I'm a big fan of the King of Kings and the King of Rock and the King of Pop, as Bear pointed out. So
But you're not a fan of the King of Kensington, and that's why you and I will never be true
is.
friends.
All right, I got to know who the King of Rock is. I know who the King of Pop is.
Elvis.
Okay.
And the King of Pop is Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Jack
Prince
Kirby
is
is
the king
Jack
of purple.
the King Kirby.
And Jack the King Kirby, and of course the great one, the King of Hockey.
No, he's not the King of Hockey. He's the great one.
Are
I
you
don't
gonna
know.
say
I live
Mr.
in the South. I don't
Really?
watch hockey.
Well, you're lost. Southerners would love hockey.
We do love hockey. That's why Florida's got like 2 teams now or some shit.
Yeah, whatever.
Death
They
Angel.
got-
Have you
they
ever
got-
watched?
they got-
Have you ever
they
seen
got-
Slapshot? Have you ever seen Slapshot? The movie
We've won a
Slapshot?
couple Stanley Cups.
The
over
movie?
here.
Yeah, the movie. Yeah,
No, I haven't.
watch it and you'll be like, I have
I-
a new appreciation for the sport of hockey.
Yeah.
I'll tell you though, when I was in Niagara Falls, right? They had this, and I don't know if this is a thing in that whole region, just in New York and in Ontario. They like to put these bars underground, but there was one that was in a mall underground, and like you had to walk down to a lower level under the mall, and
Well,
they
they
actually.
do that in New York all the time.
Yeah. Well, they had the I think it was the Kings were playing the Leafs,
Who cares?
and this was 1992.
Yeah.
So you know,
Al
I'm hanging.
Waxman, the King of Kensington.
I was hanging out at this bar, right? Because I was 20 years old, right? So I couldn't drink back in Florida legally. But yeah, no, I was older than the damn bartender at 20. And they made an announcement. They said, yeah, if the Leafs win, kamikaze shots go down to a quarter. And I said, I switched sides real quick.
The only good thing about Michigan is that you can actually, well, the UP, and you can drive to Canada.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would say every other part of Michigan sucks.
I don't know. I liked Grand Rapids. I spent 2 weeks there for a job, and I enjoyed it. The people were very nice. Very, very nice people.
When I talk about Michigan, I like to say that I EDC like Lansing, Michigan, lead in the pipe.
Mm.
No, that's Flint.
Mm.
I
Michigan
almost,
is horrible.
as a
But you
kid,
can cross the bridge and then you're in UP and you can go up to Canada. It's awesome.
Yeah, I still wish we were that Canada that you remember because we're not anymore. Yeah, ClariCon's happening next weekend, brother.
Yeah, the Canada I remember is the 80s when it was like just beautiful and everybody was happy and you could go to Timmy's and all the nudie clubs were full nude, no pasties, and you can order like good beer when you were like 18. I mean, and the Mounties were like just, you know, you come over and they flashlight in the car and ask you what you're doing and then they, okay, go on. You know?
I got searched at the border because I'm a long hair and I had Florida plates, so of course I got searched.
Yeah, they thought you're trying to ship some cocaine or something up there.
Yeah. But yeah, nope. I don't.
Yeah, when you go, I think it's Windsor or whatever, you cross from Michigan into Canada, and it's like they're happy to see you there because they know you're going to drop like $100-200, on all the wonderful Canadian things. And then
Well, I just wanted to say I had been to a foreign country, but
yeah, I wouldn't count Canada.
but they got one button on the registers that automatically switches it from Canadian dollars to U.S. dollars and automatically charges a 20%,
Well, I mean,
exchange fee. So they love taking U.S. greenbacks because
well, of course, it's
they
the
make
hard
money on it.
currency of the world.
Yeah, they make money on it. Plus they're charging you what did I do? I go to Canada. I go to Denny's the first time.
Yeah, that is weird, man.
Yeah. Well, they had poutine on the menu, but I'm like, nah, that's too weird for me.
Dude, there's a Denny's in Kissimmee, not far from where you used to live, man. That is so American. Go to a whole different country and just
go to a Denny's
or some shit.
So only border towns have the button that you're talking about. Most big cities, and what you'll find more and more since the 90s, most places will say, we take American at par. We're not doing exchange.
Yeah, Bear has told me numerous times, and I believe him, that the Canada I remember does not exist.
Yeah, and I'm guessing the one that I remember doesn't really exist.
Imagine how I feel living here, growing up here, gentlemen. You're like, oh, that Canada I visited one time and Mike was gone. I lived it, and now it's not my Canada anymore. I'm like, what the hell happened to this country?
To quote Sister Sage on The Boys, democracies always fell because people are stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, I love all these people with this No Kings protest. That we have to save democracy. We're not a democracy.
Well, regardless of that, I just wanted to bring up The Boys because my wife and I watch it. And Homelander has recruited the black chick that's like the smartest person in the whole world. And I don't know how it's going to end, but right now she's helping him basically bring about the downfall of civilization so that he can take over. And that was her thought about democracy. She's like, yeah, democracy's always fell because the voters are stupid. And I'm like, see, there you go. I mean,
they voted for it in Star Wars, right?
They voted for it in Star Wars. Canada voted for it. We vote for it. I mean, yeah.
I didn't vote for that last administration, but
yeah, but as a people, as a group, it just happens because.
Well, and it's always but not my congressman or not my senator.
See, here's why kings are awesome, because if you have a good king, then you're going to have a great time while he lives. Yeah. And if you got a bad king, there's ways to get rid of him. So monarchies tend to be way more stable than democracies or republics.
So they did a study on the history of recorded history, basically, of Western civilization, what the deadliest job was.
King.
Is it the king or the food taster for the king?
King was the deadliest job. Was like more kings died from violence or what have you, like per capita. Kings, deadliest job you can have.
Yeah. I mean, look how the French like their kings. Mostly be
headless. Headless. Yeah. That's how they like their kings.
Well, of course, they had a king that liked his ex-wives that way too.
Well, that's the problem. If you're a bad king, then all the other nobles are going to get together. They're going to do you in. You're going to get topped off, So,
well, I was watching something where they were talking about, I guess back in the 12th century or maybe before then, that the king was actually elected by the nobles.
That's the Holy Roman Empire, where it's your count that votes.
Well, this is like in England. like
No, it's the keys to power. This is the
the
concept of the keys to power. You're
yeah
not
they
voted in. You just have the support of the nobles, right?
right
And
Right.
then those nobles, once you get in power, there's three things you have to do. One, you have to figure out which keys are the ones that are going to keep you in power and make sure all your promises to them are made. The ones who will go either way, you can sort of appease them a little bit. They're not going to be 100% happy. And then the ones who are trouble, you kill them.
yeah
Despite the fact that they were just on your side and brought you into power, they're going to be the ones who take you out of power. So take those fuckers out right
Yeah.
away. And so there's a CPG or whatever, Gray did an awesome video series on the keys of power thing. It's so fucking
Yeah.
good watch.
Yeah,
Like,
it's based
anyone
on-
who's doing fantasy settings and trying to make their kingdoms and all that seem realistic and not nonsense like what WotC does, I highly recommend watching the Keys of Power series because it'll give you an idea of how the politics works.
Wasn't that region in England called the Baron Wars? Because like they would get a king in power, and then the different barons were always scrapping it out because of whatever. And but yeah, you're right, Death Angel. But I was talking about the Holy Roman Empire, which is Germany. But when Germany was like 100 countries,
right.
and in Germany, the emperor was elected by the counts.
We used to have a book.
So that's the joke. It's your count that votes instead of your
Yeah.
vote that counts.
I'm all verklempt. Maybe it's discussion topic. The Holy Roman Empire was neither holy nor Roman. Discuss.
That's a fact. It was German, and they did some shady shit. Yeah. There were all those barons' wars in England where it was like everybody with 50 men. If you had 20 plus men at arms under you, you were going to war. I mean, it was just a thing, you know. They were constantly just whacking each other, and the church, of course, was involved, and the king would try and keep the lid on it. Yeah, for real. Believe it or not.
No, the
And then
church was
king
never
kept trying to
involved in
keep
this.
the lid on it, but then barons would gang up and frickin' have more power than the king, and blah blah blah, and that shit went on for a while. Aachen was the capital, wasn't? I don't know. I don't know what the capital of the Holy Roman Empire was.
It was in Civilization, so yes, I agree.
So I do know that Leopold was going to go on the Crusades, but south of Constantinople, he fell off his horse in a river and drowned.
Istanbul, not Constantinople. Now it's
Istanbul was always Constantinople.
It's not Constantinople. It's Istanbul. No,
People don't know that,
Nobody's
but,
busy
like,
about the Turks.
During the time of the Eastern Roman Empire, part of Constantinople was called Istanbul because it was like the Arabic merchant part.
Wasn't there
song,
like at one point like 5 different popes or something?
That's
like that?
that's in the West, and we don't talk about that. I know
Okay.
there was 2 or 3 because there was the Pope that ruled from France, then the Pope in Rome, and there might have been another one that was
there's the Greek-
arguing who should
Greek
be the
Orth-
Pope.
Greek
Well,
Orthodox.
no, Greek. We don't have popes in Orthodoxy. There's no Pope.
No.
Oh, as a matter of fact, it just means bishop. But yeah, we don't have any of that. There's no centralization of power like that.
You know the only wedding that is longer than a Catholic wedding is a Greek Orthodox wedding. Oh my God.
Well, yeah.
I was 5 years old.
Well,
I was
it's a big deal.
I was the ring bearer at my my aunt's wedding. She married a Greek guy, and well, I mean, he was American, but you know, he was Greek. Like, my grandfather was all into it too. He had he dug a pit out in the yard, and they roasted a lamb over a pit.
Well, yeah.
They did the whole thing. Of course, they had been to Greece. They like traveling to Greece. But
The Pope, because one of them means the Pope, and the other one means fried potatoes. I
yeah,
think it's Papas.
I like
fried potato. So,
fried potatoes.
Yeah.
So,
But Pope, patriarch means father. Pope is a bishop, though. Like in Coptic Christianity, which you probably know way more about overall than me, since you probably got a degree in this. But Coptic Christians, they call their bishops popes for whatever reason. But yeah, we've got patriarchs, but a patriarch is just a souped up bishop. He does like the patriarch of one place cannot tell the patriarch of another place what they should be doing. Right? And the only way the religion can change is if all the bishops get together for a great synod and vote, and it has to be unanimous, and it has to actually be biblical. So, like, you can't have a patriarch just make shit up and be like, "Oh, from now on, you can pay me money, and all your sins will be forgiven." No, that shit does not happen. St. Mary's in Kansas, yeah, we got St. Mary's in Orlando. It's huge. It is huge, to quote the president. Istanbul was another great significance for us up here in Northwest as well, for a completely unrelated reason. Liverpool Champions League final.
I think there's a St. Mary's church in Merville, which is right up the street from me.
Yeah, and I know there's a couple of churches that in England that used to be Church of England but have since become Orthodox Christian and left the Church of England because why? I don't know, actually.
You know why. Don't pretend.
They don't.
Yeah, I know
You're
why.
you're just being polite because Father Aaron's here.
I know exactly why, because they're like, we don't like all this liberal bullshit and bending the knee to the Muslims, so we're not doing it.
Yep.
So bye-bye, Church of England. Yeah, Pope is the Bishop of Rome, based on the fact that St. Peter had a seat in Rome. But it's weird because St. Peter was the Bishop of Antioch for like 6 years or so before he ever went to Rome. So the argument can be made that St. Peter's chair is actually in Antioch, which I think is in Lebanon now or Syria. I'm not sure. I know there's an Antioch, Kentucky, because my great-grandfather and great-uncle got into a gunfight with cops there, and the bullet holes are still in the wall.
Yeah.
And my great-grandfather got killed, but they killed the sheriff, Sheriff Brown, there too. So it's okay. I'm related to all of them. I'm related to the Sheriff Brown and related to the East boys that killed him. So, whatever, man. There's a lot of St. Mary Catholic churches. That's a fact. And there's a St. Mary's, Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, right next to King's Cross. And then the state of Maryland was Maryland.
Mary's Land, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was Queen Mary that was named.
Yeah, that was
after.
for Queen Mary, dude, not for.
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah, well, okay. Now,
okay.
Queen Mary was named for St. Mary, so
I'm agreeing with you. You said that was, and I said, okay, that's cool.
Okay.
Learn something new every
I wasn't saying you weren't agreeing with me, man.
Yeah, but the Pope is just the Bishop of Rome, so he would kind of be like, if the Romans were to rejoin the church, he would become the patriarch of the Diocese of Rome. But then you would also have patriarchs in Germany and France and Spain.
Well, they'd have you believe that they were the real one, and everybody else was.
They were for like 1,100 years.
You know what the worst part is, James? You guys I now have a joke in my head that I cannot say because none of you will get it, and you'll just be like, okay, whatever. But if like Max Boivin was here, he'd totally get the joke.
Because of him being a Lutheran?
No, because of French.
Oh.
And
sorry. You said Max, and I thought Max Lauf or something.
No, not Max Liao. Max Boivin. I'm sorry,
Max
Boivin.
Bovine,
I thought he was German. He's French.
Hey, he's Quebecois, man.
Yeah, doesn't that mean cow bovine? That's cow.
German, French, they sound the same.
Wow.
Well, for a while they did. for about, I don't know, 3 years there in the 40s.
all them foreign dang languages.
But yeah, off-grid's 100% right. But it's the same with the Orthodox. There's a lot of St. Mary's Orthodox churches. But
fuck it. I'm telling my joke. Since you're not letting go of this topic, I'm telling my joke. My favorite.
Tell your joke. I want to hear.
My favorite Roman Catholic church in Quebec is Sainte Marie Catherine of the Hat Trick. You don't get it, but that's okay.
Hat trick. Does that have something to do with hockey?
Yes. And Marie Catherine, you cannot swing a dead cat in Quebec without meeting a girl who's got Marie something as her name. Marie Hélène, Marie Catherine, Marie Sylvie. Like, it's insane. Like it's so crazy.
It's nuts
So,
because
Sous
they're
vide?
some of the least religious people on the
Mary
planet.
sous vide?
Quebecers,
Like the French in general, I would say.
dude, Roman Catholic as fuck.
Are they? I'll take your word for it. You live there. I don't live there. Shit. What do I know?
It's changing, but it used to like up until like 1970, it was crazy Catholic here.
See, America is doing the opposite. It like went from being super religious to not very religious to getting super religious again.
Why can't we have a middle ground where we're just quasi-religious?
That's what I want.
sort of
I kinda want-
religious,
I
like-
kind of want that middle.
Like we read it and we're like, yeah, that's awesome. Let's try to do that without murdering each other.
Oh, England before their current situation, basically.
Right.
As Eddie Izzard said, you can't confess to an Anglican priest. Forgive me, Father, for I've sinned. Well, so have I.
Yeah, or like they say in London, inshallah.
Exactly.
You know, like,
Lord.
that was one sophisticated joke. Hats off, brother. Yeah.
Thank you,
yeah,
sir.
it was.
Thank
It
you.
was, it was.
If you're a Quebecois, that joke is gold.
See,
but-
I recognized Hat Trick, and I'm like, I know what Hat Trick is. My wife is a huge fan of hockey.
Ah.
So, well, she's from Illinois originally. So
But I think they use hat trick in other sports. I think they use it in soccer.
That's not a sport.
Well, most of the world would disagree.
no,
with
they
you.
don't use it. in
Well, that's
basketball
okay.
because
Most of the world is
basketball-
wrong.
Well,
in
yeah,
basketball,
that
it's either a
there you go.
double-double or
Now,
a
now I know
triple-double.
where you're from. Now I know you're in America.
America.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't like soccer. We're
I
like,
hate
yeah.
soccer. That's the most. Look, I'm a huge Iron Maiden fan, but I hate soccer.
I think
So I didn't
baseball
like
might
soccer
have a
until I
hat
dated a girl who was from the States, and she used to play soccer for University of New Mexico. So one day we were just flipping channels, and we got to the sports channel, and soccer was on. She goes, "Okay, I'll explain this to you." And she explained what was happening on screen, and I was like, "Holy shit! This is actually like a really complex strategic game." But you don't see it by looking at it. You know, like you don't know until you know, and then when you know, you go, "Oh, okay."
It's like a more boring version of basketball.
Yeah.
Because if you don't understand basketball, you think it's just a bunch of guys running back and forth doing shit. You don't understand that there are some intense, like 4D level chess moves being made out there.
Which the WNBA ignores at all times. Yes, you're right.
Well, I mean,
The
you know,
WNBA.
who did the joke about it? Was Chappelle about freaking LeBron James declaring himself to be a woman and then joining the WNBA and scoring 700 points a night. Be like, what would they do with that guy? You know, it's like, but
Isn't
anyway.
that what Brittany Griner is?
They think she might be there. I know they wanted to test her to see if she might be a male.
Fuck
I
off
mean-
quickly.
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
did-
Love football though.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Didn't
Well,
the-
he's British. He's got to do that. It's
Didn't
in
the-
their constitution.
They always have to do it. But you know what? They're right and you're wrong. Like, let's just
They
be
are
honest.
kind of right. Soccer is
I
a
have
game
no
played with
idea
a
why
ball and a
American
foot.
football or Canadian football is called football, because the foot's only involved one time, a punt, and that's it.
Yeah,
You know what I
either
mean?
punt or get an extra point. Well, I don't know if you guys do extra points, but we do. Like after you score a touchdown, you go for the 7th point.
I don't know if we do that here. We probably do. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you guys
You just play in
three
100.
downs
100
and
isn't
like,
it like
maybe
100?
football's quicker because
Our
they
fields
have
are
less
bigger.
downs and-
We have less downs, and so it's a passing game, not a running game like yours.
Right.
But we also have a bigger field.
yeah,
It's 100 meters, right?
Well, they
It's,
play
100,
like
it's about 110 yards, I think. I think it's like something like that. You guys are 100 yards, right?
100 yards.
100
Yeah, I
yards.
think ours is like 110 or something.
I think yours might be a little wider too. It's like soccer field wide, whereas ours is a bit narrower.
For the love of God, Dungeon Minister, we know. We just
What did
you
he
literally, Father Aaron, you just did this. Actually, it's called football because it's played on foot.
Is that see? If he's right, I am dumbfounded because
He
I
is
thought
right.
it was football because you use your foot
The irony
and you
is
can't
that
use your hands.
No, he's right.
Soccer and football came from the same sport.
Rugby.
Rugby and
with
football
you.
are a lot closer related than
Oh, for
Then-
God's sake.
but
Nothing
they-
is funnier than watching rugby players deal with American football players. You wear pads?
you.
What?
You know who all the.
Do you know why they wear pads? Because when a 300-pound Samoan comes whipping up the field doing the 40 and like 4-1 and hits you, you better have pads. Or
Do
you're
you ever
dead.
watch rugby? Do you ever watch
Yes.
rugby?
Yes.
I played rugby.
There's
in the
some
Army.
big boys playing rugby.
They
and
are
they'll
some
step-
big boys.
They
do
will
not
step
hit like
right
NFL
on your
football.
head. They don't even they step on you. They don't
I
worry
know,
about
but they
hitting you.
don't hit like NFL. That's why NFL has to wear all that shit. They die.
Well,
Rugby
never
players
mind.
don't die like.
Never
Of course, we
mind.
could be.
I'm
talking
listen.
about
I'm outnumbered. American football, greatest thing ever. Yay, America
Yay.
number one.
No,
Go.
that was the greatest
Go,
thing
yay,
ever.
America,
I just said
go.
them bastards
Woo.
kill each other.
Shotguns, football, and McDonald's. Yeah, my wife dances on stage at 11. Let's go, America.
Why did you just sound Eastern European?
I was gonna say, what?
I'm
Because
sitting
it
here
was
like,
funnier.
Is this guy Serbian?
It was funnier that way.
You know,
I'll tell you, I prefer college.
this is my
football.
sister. She is the best prostitute. No
She's number 2 prostitute in all of Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Very
Why is
proud.
rugby named that way? Somebody smart me. I have to figure that out. But I had a
That I don't
captain
know.
when I was in the Army, and apparently in college he played rugby. So when he came to our unit, he had to start a rugby league, and it was actually a lot of fun. And no, it is nowhere near as rough as football. It's rough.
Yeah, you know what?
It's
Go
rough.
pick real rugby players as opposed to your impromptu Army unit league. It's rough as
Yeah, but they don't
Dude,
get their
okay.
necks broke quite
Here-
so much.
They get their necks broken plenty. And there's one of the best I ever saw was my buddy's son was playing.
Like I
It was
said,
a mixed-
hurling beats them all.
hurling's amazing. It was a mixed team, so it was men and female players, teenagers.
Oh.
And he got tackled, taken down, went down, and then the girl with her cleat stepped on his face and did this with her foot before she stepped away. So she busted open his forehead. It was insane. It was like perfectly no, that's fine.
That is just being mean, though.
But
Yeah.
that's rugby. Real rugby is
That's
mean
not
as
rugby.
fuck.
That's a bitch. That is a bitch.
You know,
That
the,
just seriously
trend-
hurt a guy.
the trend in college right now
Shut up quickly.
is
Jesus.
to recruit. A lot of the colleges are recruiting Australian rules football players,
Oh, that's
and they're recruiting soccer players to be kickers.
Well, it's kind of like
well, they've always done that. They've always brought
but
in
I mean,
South Americans.
But
Yeah.
it's a lot of Australians now. There's a lot of college teams now that have Aussies. as
So
their
like
kickers.
every NFL team for a while had guys with names like, Sweet Chuck, Johnson, Johansson, Washington, and Jimenez. There was that one guy, and he was like half the size of the rest of the team, and all he did was come out and go, "Oh, field goal."
Well,
go, yeah.
the previous trend was the Hawaiians and Samoans.
Well,
That
I
was
mean,
the
yeah,
really-
one of
and
the
they still
greatest
do. They
centers-
still do, but but that that was because they're big guys, right?
Right. One of the
and-
greatest centers in the history of the NFL was a Samoan named Salamua or some shit like that.
Yeah, well,
And he was the
Tagovailoa
center for
and-
Kansas City Chiefs. And that dude was just beast mode back in like the 90s,
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you what, NBA, you see a lot of Eastern Europeans. It's like you're watching NBA and it's like Jones and Tron and James and Kubastanistek.
Did they give up on the Asian, the Chinese recruits, or because that was kind of big too for a while, wasn't it?
Well, you had that one guy, but the problem was his feet were so jacked up because the Chinese never gave him shoes that fit when he was growing up,
Yeah.
and it ruined his feet. But now they're recruiting just shit tons of like Serbs
Yeah.
because, like I said, the Serbians are some of them bastards are just big, and they will get right in there and throw elbows and mix it up, and they're learning to play basketball. Good for them. Whatever. I don't really like basketball.
a lot of Japanese and Koreans are getting recruited for baseball too now.
Oh, they love baseball.
Yeah.
The only people who love baseball more than the Japanese are the Cubanos, man. The Cubans love baseball. And that's why if you look at the New York the New York Yankees, like half of the rosters got a Spanish name. Because those boys love themselves some baseball.
Oh yeah.
They love it.
Well,
But,
that and
okay,
a lot of
now
South
that we're
America.
done with the football versus whatever, I mean, if it were up to me, guys, I'll be honest, I would name American football war ball. Because the whole point
Murder
is
ball.
to take a thing and cram it down your opponent's throat and take all their territory, right? So it's just basically a war, but you know, you got two armies and they're fighting for territory. That's a war.
Yeah. I didn't even get
So I
into
would just call
football.
it war ball or battle ball or something like that, and let the Europeans have football so they finally just calm the F down and
Do you
realize
remember,
no one actually likes that shit anyway.
Do you remember what's his name, George Carlin's line about that?
No, I don't. Carlin had so many lines. I can't
He said
remember.
basically, he said, if you think it's a war, fine, leave the wounded on the field like a real war and let the Red Cross deal with them.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they do, though. When somebody gets wounded, you see the dudes come out with the stretchers.
Yeah, but they stop the game. He was saying
Yeah.
keep the game going.
oh,
You know,
keep it
just
going. Yeah.
Well, there's a bad trend now too with and I hope they put an end to this shit, but with the college ball especially, and I think I've seen it a little bit in the NFL, where injuries will feign, or players will feign an injury, kind of like has been going
To
on
get
with
a free
basketball.
timeout.
Yeah, because it's a free timeout, and it's like, I think what they need to do is implement a rule that if you're injured, that you have to be out for so many plays. If there's a timeout because of you doing that, you should be out for 2 plays or something like that.
Yeah. This is so weird because like sports is the thing I'm least interested in the world.
Me too. But I got to go, guys. I got my radio show starting in 12 minutes, so I got to go prep.
Oh,
Well,
right.
how many hours have I been on? It's been 2 hours, and I did swear to my wife that I would get these floors done because she's pretty adamant for some reason about me helping her keep the house clean. I think it's because I don't work and she does.
Yeah, I could see that.
So she feels like I should help around the house, even though I don't necessarily agree. Because I just want to be lazy and hang out.
Anyway,
with you guys
I got to
and
go.
work
So I'll
from
see you
home.
guys later,
Bear.
James. Thanks for having me on. Take care, everybody.
Anytime, Bear.
Bye.
Serbs
Hey,
are
what-
good defensive footballers too. Yeah.
Hey,
But yeah, you know how it is, Death Angel. I want to be
Yeah.
lazy and just play
Me
with my models and shit. But apparently,
apparently everybody in my house is afraid to touch cast iron, so I had to clean my cast iron.
you clean
doing
cast iron.
Well, you have to clean it and then season
I mean,
it.
just wipe it down, right?
Well, sometimes it needs. You can use soap on cast iron, but you have to make sure that it gets dried and then you season it real quick. You don't let it sit around.
Yeah. If I were to try to wash one of my mom's cast iron skillets, she would beat me with a freaking spoon.
Now, you never, ever, ever put it in a dishwasher. That's a good way to condemn your soul to hell. So
Right. Yeah, I'd get beaten with a wooden spoon over that shit. But yeah,
Hey.
Serbs, they're wild people, man. The Serbs are literally like Yugoslavia is the Appalachia of Europe.
Of Europe, yeah.
They are just, it's like they live in the hills, they brew their own freaking alcoholic beverages, and they're always scrapping with each other. They all hate each other, you know. And
The
but
Bosnians, the
oh yeah,
Herzegovinians,
the Bosnians,
the
Croats, Serbs.
Croats, yeah, all
Of
that.
course, the one that they can all agree that they hate is the what are they? Albanians. Like
Oh,
everyone in Eastern Europe can
I was
agree.
gonna
that
say,
they
aren't
hate
is
Albania.
Albania got a heavy Islamic influence?
They're basically, for the longest time, people called them Little Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're having this weird kind of cultural thing because the majority of Albanians are Orthodox Christian now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it just happened in the last year or so. So it's like you've got like
the
this
other way
strong
there.
Muslim identity with a lot of Albanians, but they're now outnumbered in their own country by Orthodox Christians. And it's like, and then Kosovo, which is 100% used to be Serbian, the majority there is Islamic.
Kind of like the opposite of what's going on in London.
Kinda. See,
Yeah.
what happened with Kosovo is there was a war, and
Yeah.
like the Serbs, and this was long before the Yugoslav war, and the
Right.
Serbs were like kicking the shit out of the Muslims. So the
Yeah.
Muslims fled to Kosovo, and then the war ended, and then now the Serbs are mad that there's so many Muslims in Kosovo. It's crazy, man. Those guys, like I said, my brother-in-law, He never ever said anything about it, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was involved in the Yugoslav wars. He's the right age, and he's covered with shit tons of tattoos. And amongst Slavic cultures, you can read a guy by his tattoos. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Hey, speaking of family, so where's your brother live? What part of Tennessee?
my brother is not very reliable unless I call him directly. But it's near central Tennessee. He lives maybe an hour away from, maybe an hour and a half from London, Kentucky.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% sure where in Tennessee he lives. It's a very small town. What ethnic group in the Baltics are the Ottomans? That would be the Albanians. And that's why when the Yugoslav war kicked off, everyone was like, F those Albanians.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of genocide that went on in the 80s between Serbs, Croats, and Albanians. Now, the Slovenians, which is what Melania Trump is, they just kind of eased out of the whole thing. And they're just like, yeah, we're just going. They just kind of, that meme where the guy backs into the bush and he's gone. That was the Slovenians. They're just like, and Serbs think that all Croats are like lady boys. Like, it's really weird when you know these people. And I'm, like I said, I'm related to one of them at least, or was. It's like anytime they draw a Albanian, they always try to make him look as much like an ape as possible, like really hairy and like a Neanderthal or a Bigfoot or something. And they also do the same thing though with Bulgarians. They always draw them to be as like primitive looking as possible. Croatian music is like discotheque music, whereas Serbian music always has an accordion. Always. And a lot of Serbian music, if you actually listen to the words and understand what they're saying, is not good. Because they got songs like, God guides our artillery shells to kill the Muslims and shit like this. I mean, it's like, oh my God. It's like war crimes, except set to music.
Well, if he's relatively close to, but he's in Tennessee. Is he like up near Jellicoe or Rocky Top area?
He's in the north center of Tennessee.
Because
So
London is right off I-75.
Right. He might be closer to like Chattanooga or something. Yeah. A lot of those dudes are not big fans of the Turks at all. And of course, the Greeks, who are in NATO with the Turks, and they hate each other. It's like not a month goes by that those two aren't threatening to go to war with each other, even though they're both in NATO.
Yeah.
And it's like, and of course, Cenk Uygur is a Turk, and so is Hassan Piker. And their dad's a billionaire who still lives in Turkey. So,
Yeah.
But, yeah. Hungar will pop in and whatever.
He's still in there, but he hasn't responded. I don't know if he's not listening.
Yeah, because he might have his phone or computer open and have the chat on and be dead ass asleep.
Oh. Yeah,
he did just eat pizza, so yeah, he might be dead.
I know that feeling. You eat and then you like, oh, I'm tired.
But yeah, you've got and then the Bosnian Herzegovinians. They're pretty hated. There's a song out there, and one of the choruses is there'll be no more Turkish pies made with the golden wheat of I forget the name of the province. And it sounds like, okay, so they're not making Turkish pies with the wheat from this province near Serbia, right? But the reason they're saying it is because they exterminated every freaking Turk. You know what I mean? So they're singing it like, yep, no more Turkish pies from here. But yeah, have fun, Padre. And thank you for joining us. And I wasn't trying to act like I know more about some things than you. I know you probably got masters in theology.
I'm sure he does.
And I just read.
I get a kick out of watching his videos when they pop up.
His videos are awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to glaze him or anything, but
Nope.
I mean, his videos are fun. His recaps are probably some of the best. Him and Mage's Musing both do great game recaps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Major's Musing uses.
I think I first ran across him on Delver's channel.
Well, Delver's a good guy. He lives up in Orlando.
I know.
So does Harmony Ginger. They both live up.
I know almost exactly where he's at.
Yeah, I know where they hang out, but I'm not trying to dox them.
Right. Yeah, well, yeah.
They're not Costume Comics guys. They got
No, he hung out at the other place that used to be over off I-Drive. And,
yeah, exactly.
I went there when it was still on I-Drive, and then I went there when they moved, and then they had just moved. I kind of liked it better when they were in the little strip mall.
See, the last time I went by that place, it was near all of the outlet stores and everything off of I-Drive. I don't know if they've moved or anything, but
they moved. I mean, they're still like off of I-Drive, or at least they were. They may have moved again, but their bar area got smaller because they were like in a big used to be a anchor store, and then they went to a smaller strip mall, and the bar became kind of small. The store was way smaller, and because I think they were kind of repurposing that mall anyway. So
see,
because it was like the outlet mall or whatever. What was the mall that they built there?
Well, you had the Orlando Mall,
where the Bass Pro Shops was a
yeah. You go up I-4, you got all the outlet the Nike stores.
This was an actual mall. Festival Bay?
Oh,
they were in Festival Bay.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, Festival
YouTube.
Bay, they were gonna tear it up because I think I saw one of the Star Wars movies at that theater there. One of the new ones. I think that may have been where I saw. In fact, that was where I saw episode crap. Episode 8, where they killed Star Wars for good.
That is Off Grid. We've talked about this on the channel before, and I know that it's a very impolitic thing to talk about. But that's what blows my mind, that Anna Kasparian hangs out with Sink Uger on the Young Turks, because she's Armenian and he's a Turk, which means in 19 whatever,
there should be mortal enemies.
Committed a genocide on her people.
Yeah.
Killed millions of them, right? And yet they hang out together. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be down with that. And then they also genocided Greeks too. And of course, we can never forgive them for the conquest of Constantinople. No. I mean, Allah is a Zionist. I don't know about that, Jas, but I do know that Muhammad had red hair. So it's funny to me, because in Orlando, we've got the true Israelites or whatever they're called. And they're always standing around bitching about how, they're basically like militant Muslims, like Nation of Islam. And it's like, you do know that your great, what you consider prophet, was a white dude, right? He was probably Kurdish and he had red hair. And yet for some reason they think he's a brother. And it's like, okay, whatever. Don't matter to me.
People are entitled to believe whatever they want.
Yeah, believe what you want. I mean, whatever.
I don't expect to see a bunch of them in the afterlife. So,
well, I mean, that's where I started the whole. There was a minute there where I declared myself the Great Yakubian, and Muhammad was Irish. Well, I mean, Muhammad is the most common boy's name in Ireland currently. So, I mean, yeah. But anyway, the Nation of Islam has their story about Yaqub and which would be Jacob, and the creation of the white people. And that white people got a power called tricknology that allows them to rip off brown people. And man, I love that story. So I actually have, when I'm not showing my picture and I'm using last night how I had my little dice symbol, I have a picture of Yaqub, who is a black dude with a really big head, because he supposedly had a giant brain.
Yeah.
And sometimes I use that as my whatever. And when people are like, well, what is that? And I'm like, well, that's the Great Yakub, man. Haven't you ever read anything by the Reverend Elijah Muhammad? Come on, get with it, right?
Who is the big guy from the Nation of Islam? The guy that
Well,
used
it
to wear
used
the
to be
bow
Elijah
tie.
Muhammad, and now it's
Who's the one that Rush had the song about? And I don't mean
what
Rush
is
the
his
Canadian Rush. I mean,
what is his name?
you know, the black guy with the
Well, you
bow
got to
tie.
be. If you're going to be Nation of Islam, there's no choice in that. But he always wears
Farrakhan,
like
Louis
a bow tie
Farrakhan,
and a suit.
Farrakhan
And everything.
can.
Farrakhan, that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah, the one
Farrakhan
that
can.
like got in trouble for referring to like Israelites or whatever as like
Yeah.
parasites or something, and everybody's like, "Wait a minute." Oh, that guy is hilarious. That guy is hilarious. I'm sorry. It's like,
Yeah, they got some. They think there's some space station up in the. I don't know. They got all kinds of
yeah,
weird
yeah.
stuff.
And what's funny is here is the biggest trip for me because they obviously, I know they had to have read the Quran, but in the Quran, there's a story where Muhammad determines that the value of a Muslim man is 3 black men. And he trades a guy who had a Muslim man as a slave, 3 black slaves for the Muslim man. And that is in the Quran and the Hadith. And yet the black people, for some reason, think that Islam is like the religion they should follow. And it's like, homeboys, I don't think you understand that Saudi Arabians do not consider themselves to be black. You know, and when they conquered all you guys and started, it's kind of like the Turkish slave trade. Do you know why you don't hear about the Turkish slave trade so much?
No, go ahead.
They castrated the slaves.
Uh,
They imported about 10 times more slaves into the Ottoman Empire than ever crossed the Atlantic, right?
Oh, yeah.
Every male was castrated.
Yeah, that's where
So they couldn't
Sultans had. That's the only way that they could trust them with the
around their women,
right?
because they're weird about that shit. If you read it, the Shahrazad's 1001 Nights, there's like 5 stories where some dude's wife is banging a black slave.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they end up killing them in some horrible way, like boiling them in oil or something. But the point is, one castrated African slave was more valuable than 10 non-castrated African slaves. So when they would go on their raids and capture Africans, they castrate them all. And they didn't care if 9 out of the 10 died.
Right.
Because the one that lived was worth more than all the rest of them. So it was just pure profit. The British practically bankrupted themselves trying to put an end to that shit. But they don't get any credit for it. But yeah, England, the UK, they went into debt so hard that it took them like 150 years to get out of debt, trying to put an end to all that. And yet people want to declare the British the evil empire. It's like, who do you think ended the North Atlantic slave trade? That was British sailors. They died trying to do that. And they
did it. They did it before we did. I mean, you know?
1815 or something. They were outlawing slavery. They did it the right way too.
And
the Crown just bought all the slaves and then said, "Yep, now you're all free."
Yeah, the movement.
So the slave owners were like, "Well, shit, at least I got some money, man." So I guess it's cool, right?
Yeah.
If they had did that in America, it would have been a net savings because we went further into debt to fight the Civil War, not to mention the 800,000 plus people who died.
Right, on both sides.
Than it would have cost to fricking just buy all the slaves and set them free.
Yeah.
And then the Southerners couldn't have bitched because it could have been like, all right, I got reimbursed for my property. Not that I like referring to human beings as property, but I mean,
right.
It is what it is, you know, it is what it is. And so, yeah. And like everyone hates the English. And it's like,
and the thing is that, you know, the
later OG, have fun.
The movement to end slavery was prevalent in the
YouTube is
century.
Ending Your Opinions. I'm sorry to hear that, homie.
What's that? YouTube is
YouTube is weird. I've caught this myself where I've tried to send somebody like a
super chat or something.
super chat, and YouTube's like,
Mhm.
nope.
Yeah, I've had
Nope.
that. It's like, oh, I don't know. It failed to send.
Kind of try to figure out which word is catching them.
Yeah.
Because you're never 100% sure what word is setting it off.
Right.
And I've had people get mad at me and be like, why are you blocking my shit? And I'm like, I never block you.
I don't even think I haven't found a way to do that. Is there a way to do that? Can you add? I don't think you can add.
I think on YouTube you can add words to protect your channel so you ain't got people dropping hard R's and shit like that.
But that stuff gets blocked just in general.
But that's going to get blocked
YouTube.
anyway.
Yeah.
But there's an algorithm and just some words, and they're stupid words. They're not even words that are bad, really. But YouTube will block them because YouTube is weird,
Mhm.
But
well,
I'm sure whatever Off-Grid Gamer was going to say, I probably would agree with, because I mean, history's history, and you can't hide history. If it happened, it happened.
It's
And
very, very dangerous to hide history.
Like Chris Lee, he's a British guy. The British are currently being made to feel like they suck, but the reality is that their empire was actually a net benefit to everyone.
Oh yeah.
But they're being made to feel like, oh, you're a bunch of colonizers. Well, who isn't?
Every civilization, every civilization that advanced at some point throughout all of human history did that.
Yeah,
like
here in America, they like to talk about the indigenous peoples of America, and it's like there are no indigenous peoples of America. The ones that called themselves indigenous, they came across.
Yeah.
From Siberia, or they were Polynesians. It depends. The South Americans were Polynesian. The North Americans come from Siberia. That's not indigenous. And even the Cherokee talk about there were people here before they got here, and they wiped them out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So so who are the? I love it when Hassan Piker goes off on his colonist shit. It's like, you're a Turk. You're a Turk. How can you complain about anyone being a colonist when you are a Turk? Your people come from northern China, and you're currently sitting in the middle of Anatolia, which used to be Greek.
Right.
We suck at food, though. No, you don't. Chicken tikka masala is delicious. That's like the #1 dish in England. Chicken tikka masala.
I don't know. I just remember chicken vindaloo.
I don't get is British. You take a curry that's a little spicy but won't kill you. Well, in Britain, they're like, no, let's make the shit so hot you want to die when you eat it. And then they go out to the pub, drink a shit ton of lager, and then dare each other to see who can eat the most freaking hot curry, right? And it's like, at that point, you don't even taste the curry.
Right.
That shit hits your tongue, and your tongue just curls up and dies. But that's a British thing. They like their super hot curries. And to quote Lister, the only thing that can kill a curry is a lager.
Yeah.
So
I love Lister.
No, I like the British. I like their culture. Yes, they were dicks. Yes, they fought wars against my people multiple times, but they were a net gain on society. On every society in the world, the British were a net benefit.
It was a step. It was a step of progression for humanity.
For humanity, the British Empire.
I mean, yeah,
South Africa wouldn't even have a rail system if it weren't for the British. Most of the Indian subcontinent rail system was built by the British. And they brought laws, and they made the Indians stop burning their widows to death and shit like this.
They oppressed
the shit out of
the Romans did the same thing, and
they did oppress the shit out of the Irish, though. They were like, fuck those Irish guys.
Yeah.
That's why we all drink so much beer, so we can eat hot curries. Yeah, because people think if you go to Britain and you eat a curry, that is not an Indian curry. That's a British curry. Because the Brits, they want their curry to melt the roof of your head off.
Why is the rest of their food so bland then?
It's not, like the kind of food I grew up eating would be considered like typical English fare. Like, I don't know, pot roast with mashed potatoes and brown gravy and maybe some peas.
Yeah,
How is that bad? That's amazing.
not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Root vegetables and some sort of meat that's been
Yeah, yeah. A
cooked
protein, some
together. Yeah.
veggies, some gravy.
My
No, it's like okay, it's propaganda. It's like the French told everyone that British food sucked, and the French insult for the British is roast beefs. And then the British told everyone Napoleon was a midget when in fact he was like 5'9".
it was because the French imperial units were different than the English imperial units.
That is a huge part of it, but it's also because Napoleon surrounded himself with the old guard, and in order to be a member of the old guard, you had to be like 6'2". And also they wore a foot tall bearskin hat. So when you look at Napoleon across the battlefield and he's surrounded by giants and giant hats, he probably did look little. But the thing is, the British guy, Wellington, was shorter than Napoleon.
I think Napoleon was like 5'10" or 5'11".
Yeah, the British guy was shorter than he was.
They just said that he was 5'7" because
Well, you're right. French inches are bigger than British inches back then. This is before they went to a metric system in France.
Right.
And also it was propaganda. They wanted to make Napoleon seem like a weak bitch, so they said he is a midget.
But he came back a couple of times, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did. But
and we got Louisiana from him.
Invading Russia.
We got Louisiana because of him.
Yeah, he needed money. But the thing is, he had this brilliant plan where he would make it where England couldn't get hemp. And since they couldn't get hemp, they couldn't remake the rope riggings of their sailing ships, which have to be replaced about every 3 or 4 years. And everyone in continental Europe agreed they would not sell England hemp except for Russia. Russia's like, yeah, go F yourself. We're going to sell the English all the hemp we want, right? So the French marched all the way across Europe to invade Russia, and Grandfather Winter showed up and kicked them right in their nutsack.
Yeah.
And by the time that shit was over, there were literally Don Cossacks riding around Paris. And it's like, when the Cossacks are outside of Paris, you messed up.
You heard about the Russians reaching out to see if Elon could build a tunnel across the Bering Strait. Did you hear about that?
I have heard Vladimir Putin offered to open up a contract to Trump to let us get all their rare earth minerals and shit.
They just, first of all,
now they're talking about maybe a ceasefire again.
Well, good. I think they need to end that shit.
They do need to end that. It's a bunch of people who are probably related, almost all of them Orthodox Christian, killing each other for no good reason.
Yeah.
That shit needs to go away. And it all started because the CIA financed the Maidan coup, and Zelensky started oppressing the people in the Donbass region.
Yeah.
And, he spent like 10 years murdering civilians in Donbass. No one ever talks about that.
Yeah.
And then the Russians stepped in with their special military operation. And since 2024, it's been nothing but Russians gaining land.
Yeah.
Because the Ukrainians, who are brave fighters, they just run out of men.
Yeah.
So no matter what kind of equipment we give them, it doesn't matter. They don't have enough men. And come on,
it's attrition. It's attrition.
Yeah, you're going to fight a war of attrition against Russia? That's the kind of shit they live for.
The Germans tried that, didn't they?
Yeah. The Russians are like, we're going to lose 1 million guys, but take all your shit. Okay, sounds like a good deal to us.
Look, I don't think Putin is a good guy, but I don't think Zelensky's a good guy either.
He isn't.
Yeah. So
And like Trump says, there's a whole ocean between that shit and us. So
yeah,
it's not really our issue, really.
Yeah.
You know, I love your support of my country, but food is not our forte. Hey, I'll tell you what, a nicely cooked, beautiful roast beef with maybe some potatoes or mashed potatoes and some peas and carrots and some nice gravy. And I'm a happy boy every day of the week. Okay. Food
Yeah.
may not be your forte, but it's not like you guys are over there eating trash out of a dumpster either.
Yeah, and I do want to try. What? There's a chain over there.
Also, a
Supposedly
meat
is really
pasty,
good.
the meat pasties they make in like southern England, those are delicious.
Are you talking about the Welsh pasties?
Yeah. The Welsh make them too. They're like an empanada, but they're full of like beef and potato
Yeah.
and whatever.
Well,
I mean,
my wife is
that's
Welsh,
amazing.
right? She's half Welsh.
Then you would have loved it before you joined when I said, "Hey, we're the Welsh. What are we gonna do? Well, let's try and find a way to put as many L's in every word.
Let's put as many consonants in a word as possible.
It's like, okay, this word is going to mean water. Let's put 6 L's in it." It's
Yeah.
like, what? What are you doing, Welsh people? But their version of the Celtic language is not. They're Goetic, not Gaelic.
Yeah.
They are a Celtic language group, but it's not the same as Irish and Scottish.
Yeah.
And the original Britons probably spoke a Goetic language until, the Germans and the French and every other European came over and took over, Vikings and whoever. But yeah, quickly, if you're not happy with the nice roast beef with brown gravy and some mashed potatoes, I just can't help you, brother. I can't help you. And I love Italian food. I like Spanish food. I like Hispanic food. I like all the foods, but sometimes you just want a nice roast beef with maybe some brown gravy and some mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's just I grew up in what used to be the kind of aristocratic South, because the North was always the industrialists.
Yep.
And the South was way more like the British aristocrats, right?
Yep.
So a lot of Southern food that we eat, you can directly say, yeah, that's from the British,
Yeah.
And Germans. I mean, we call it country fried steak, but it's schnitzel, Yeah, your staples are great. I mean, okay, so the French are great at pastry and bread. Well, okay, I'm willing to give you that. They're good. They make great pastries. They know the mother sauces better than anyone on the planet. They can whip some shit up. But sometimes it's the simple, like just good, wholesome stuff that you want. Like when I go out to a steak restaurant, I don't want a lot of crazy shit on my steak. I just want steak, maybe with a side of potato. That's all I'm asking for, right? It doesn't have to be a clown show, Plus, a lot of these foods that are super like spicy and shit like that, they have to do that because the ingredients are so subpar. The only way they can make them edible is to like over spice the shit out of everything.
Yeah.
That's why Indian and like Mexican food is the way it is, because they start out with nothing. And they're like, yeah, well, we'll throw a bunch of cumin and all these spices in here and we'll make something that tastes really good, even though we started out with basically, nothing. And I mean, you got to admire them for that, right?
Yeah.
But like me, I grew up 6 days a week. Dinner was pinto bean soup, fried potatoes, fresh sliced onion or tomato, sometimes cabbage, and not sweet at all cornbread.
I could be. Now I like my cornbread sweet, or I like it with jalapeno.
See, I've noticed that Georgia and Florida like sweet cornbread. Kentucky likes their cornbread rough and not sweet.
They don't like it sweet here. They like it dry. And
see, Jas, if you like pastries a lot, go to the Greek festival every year. Like, just find your local Greek Orthodox church or whatever. Go to Greek Fest, and it's just gonna be pastries like for miles.
I like
That's just what the
spanakopita.
Greeks do.
That's the spinach in the
Oh,
in the fields.
spanakopita
Yeah,
and borek and freaking sweet pastry, just everything.
yeah,
If you go
yeah.
to a Russian church, we call it Pancake Week, but they're not pancakes; they're crepes. But you can get them sweet or savory, so you can get them with like mushrooms and cheese and whatever, or you can get them with like sweet cheese and like strawberries or blackberries or
See,
blueberries.
I would probably like crepes. I'm not big on pancakes. Pancakes are always too dry for me.
Yeah,
But
the only point of a pancake is to like get syrup in your mouth.
yeah, and then there's a point of sickening sweetness. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
there's that point where you're like, yeah, I got diabetes now.
Yeah. So I'm kind of but the thinner. I think I could probably deal with the thinner. I like French toast, for example.
Right.
You know.
Well, I mean, like for cornbread too, not only do I like grandma's cast iron skillet cornbread, but I'm also a huge fan of
But yeah, I put sugar in my
Johnny
cornbread.
cakes.
Yeah.
You ever had those? They're like they're like not sweet cornbread, but instead of like cooking them in a big cast iron skillet, you make like pancakes out of them.
Oh, okay.
You
They
fry them
they
up,
they serve them over in
they're
Gap. Yeah,
crispy.
yeah. You can find them around here. There's a surprising number of pancake places over in the Gap.
Well, the cornmeal ones, the whole reason you make them like that is so that you can like rip them up and put them in your bean soup.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And
those are
I love beans.
pasties. Jess. See, the good thing is back in the late 80s in Canada, you didn't have to have pasties. It was full on nude. So if you were in Michigan, you could drive across the bridge
So
and be
you
in, I
said
think it was
pasties.
Windsor, and the nudie bars were just straight up, you're 18, come on in, drink as much as you want, and look at all the non-covered up boobs you want, full on, we're doing this thing.
Yeah, I think on the New York side, because one of the girls that I was staying with was a stripper. I was right.
I'm in love with the stripper. Don't do that.
No, that was the friend that I moved up there.
Because I could be like, I married a whore. That was my first wife.
But I got stuck up there, right? I'm like, well, what the hell,
My drill sergeant told me I was going to do it too. When I graduated from infantry training, he's like, half of you guys are going to buy a car at a way, way too expensive interest rate, and you're going to marry the first stripper or whore you meet.
Did you see that?
He was right.
there was a post on Facebook or something. I want to say it was Jim that put it up, but somebody put it up.
Oh, James Wyatt?
No. This was pretty recent. One fellow lives up in Kentucky right now. But it was something about it was like Facebook Marketplace, and somebody was trying to sell basically a used stripper pole, but it barely used. Wife has no need for it, and it was it was from somebody. It was in like Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
Oh yeah,
and somebody had replied to it and said, "This is the most Fort Campbell shit ever."
The only way it could be more is if it was Fort Benning.
In Georgia, down in Georgia.
Yeah, because that's where infantry training is. That's the infantry training center, and it's like that. That's like the most Fort Benning shit ever.
But that
doesn't need the stripper pole anymore. Like, boy, you have messed up.
Yeah, because apparently a lot of soldiers will wind up married.
That's what they say. You graduate infantry school, you buy a Pontiac for like 39-point-something% interest, and you marry a redheaded stripper, and then she takes you to the bank and cheats on you nonstop. And that was my experience. And my drill sergeant told me it would happen.
Yeah.
Not to me specifically, just said half of us.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was one of that half. But we have an amazing place here, quickly, that does fish and chips. Oh my God. It is so good. They're not over battered. They're crispy. The fish, it's nice white, like pollock or whitefish or something like that.
Is that the place I'm thinking of? That changed hands recently?
The tavern? off of Narcoossee Road or Canoe Creek
Oh
Road.
no. Okay.
A
They
proper American dinner would be, beef roast with some mashed potatoes and gravy, peas and carrots or something.
a meatloaf maybe.
A meatloaf, maybe. Yeah. I mean, last night we had a proper American dinner, spaghetti with sausage gravy.
You'd be like,
But
oh, that's
not-
Italian. Yeah, but that's
not gravy, spaghetti sauce with Italian sausage. That's a proper American dinner. Spaghetti
pretty
with
common.
sauce.
Pizza.
My wife makes pizza on low carb bread for me. What else? Proper American dinners. A Publix sub.
Yeah.
Like a roast beef sandwich with veggie on it.
I get tuna sub usually, but
Or a tuna sandwich. Yeah, something like that.
now around here, there's places where you can get a fried bologna sandwich.
Oh yeah, man. You live in the land of fried bologna.
Oh yeah. Anywhere here in Tennessee or northern Alabama, well, probably all Alabama. For that
Oh
matter.
yeah. Kentucky, Eastern Kentucky. We called it the poor man's steak.
Yeah. I haven't tried one
fried
of them
bologna
here.
with eggs.
I used to do that when I was a kid. I would fry bologna.
Help me out here though, Death Angel. He meant diner. Well, if you went to the tavern, you would get a pint, and you could order fish and
Fried
chips.
food.
You could order like 12 types of different hamburgers you could choose between. French fries, onion rings, curly fries, sweet potato fries.
Yeah. If he's talking about a diner, though, a lot of diners you can get breakfast.
Meatloaf, breakfast 24 hours
Yeah.
a day.
Yeah.
Which we don't do the big greasy like you guys do, but we try.
Yeah, it would be like you could get an omelet, or you could get scrambled eggs, or a couple eggs sunny side up. Some
Now,
pancakes,
a
whatever,
traditional
French toast.
English greasy is a good breakfast. We had a British hotel, and they served an actual British breakfast.
But we have real bacon here.
Yeah.
We have streaky.
Well,
what you guys
England
call
does
streaky
too.
bacon over there.
And you know what? Talk to Bear. He'll tell you what in Canada they call bacon is the same stuff we call it. Canadian bacon, that's an American thing.
Yeah,
They call it some kind of ham. Or something.
But in England, or in most of Europe, they refer to our bacon as streaky bacon.
Yeah, streaky bacon.
But we don't call it that here. We just call it bacon. There's a place right down the street from my house here in Tennessee.
The word corn just means grain. Did you know that?
I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the British, if you read ancient stories of Ireland or England, and they talk about the corn king and the god of the corn, and you're like, but wait a minute, this story was written like 500
Corn
years
is an American thing.
before America was
the
even
Americas.
Corn
not
is
US
just an
America.
old word for grain.
Yeah.
It's actually called maize,
Yeah.
but no one calls it maize. We all call it corn.
Yeah. Well, and maize, corn today was
Oh yeah, totally different.
was bred to be the way it is. It was
Because humans can't digest it, the original.
well,
strain.
they did.
Okay, the people who lived there could. Europeans couldn't.
But they made it to be more sweeter,
kernels,
or bigger kernels, and more kernels, and bigger cobs and stuff
Well,
like
think about this though: broccoli and all that shit that comes from cabbage.
that. Mm-hmm.
The Italians bred cabbage into like broccoli and Brussels sprouts. And
So you want to talk about genetically modified foods? Well, humanity has been doing it since the beginning of humanity.
Yeah,
We do that. We just don't get in there and manipulate the specific genomes in the DNA sequence, but we crossbreed. Yeah.
That's natural. Like Chris Lee, an American breakfast, like a full American breakfast, you're probably going to get bacon, sausage, pancakes, or French toast, or a waffle.
Yeah.
Then you're going to get your eggs. Probably some fried potatoes, hash browns, something like that. Maybe grits, depending if you're in the South.
Yeah,
But
definitely around here, grits is on the menu.
Yeah, what you won't get, which will disappoint you entirely, is you will not get black pudding. You will not get tomatoes, like
No.
stewed
And
tomato,
unless
um,
you order,
unless you specifically
yeah,
go
order
after that.
order it like on an omelet. I
You
have
won't
seen
get
it as a
beans.
side.
You won't get beans.
No, no, no. Who would eat beans for breakfast?
The
That's weird.
British.
I know.
Um, so and for lunch, you won't get got some zombies together. Nice. Vampire Army for one page rules. Yeah, one page rules really is the way to go, Ironcaster. It's like Warhammer, except faster and funner. And also, I'm a huge fan of Oathmark, where you can use those zombies as revenants or whatever. But
No, no. I
yeah, the
probably
British love their beans on toast
I
and beans with
probably would
breakfast.
like beans on toast. I probably would because I do eat a lot
There
of.
is nothing about baked beans on toast to be offended by.
No, I put baked beans on. Now, I don't
I
think
put baked
I
beans on
don't think
hot
most
dogs.
Brits have ever tasted American baked beans either, though.
It's the same thing.
But I'll put no because theirs is
No,
more.
their beans come in like a tomato,
Yeah, they're in
bake,
tomato, but
whatever.
you don't. But that's just the base. You start with that, and then you got to add brown sugar, and you got to add
Well,
apple cider vinegar,
bro,
and
bro, we have
and then
100 kinds of freaking baked beans and
yeah.
barbecue beans and
Well, that's what I'm talking about, barbecue baked beans. And
yeah,
I'll
you're
take
talking about
those.
barbecue baked beans. I don't know if they got that in England,
Yeah,
but they do got like Boston baked beans,
yeah,
and you put it on some toasted white bread. I mean,
yeah.
okay. I mean,
Well, she's always trying to find the Heinz vegetarian beans to make her mom's chili, and which
yeah.
starts off with
Well,
well, and it's very hard to find Heinz.
you're talking about well, okay. I almost said her name. You're talking about your wife.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
she messed up right there by saying she's going to make vegetarian chili.
No. Okay, so I make vegetarian chili, James.
I mean, because
but she makes a chili that her mom made, and it starts off with the Heinz vegetarian beans, that specific brand and kind of beans, and then she adds the meat to it.
yeah, my
Um,
chili starts out as meat, onions, peppers, and then black beans, kidney beans, pinto beans.
right.
But it's not real
That's
chili.
that's
Because
what
real
my
chili has no beans. It's
yeah,
just
and
meat
and
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 pepper.
my chili, when I make chili, that's how my mom made chili. When I make chili, I put all that shit in it, but I don't put any meat in it.
Quickly, when you talk brown sauce, are you talking about like that brown ketchup that the British like so much? And I have a
HP sauce.
HP sauce. I have a container of it in my fridge.
I like HP. Kind of reminds me of A1, but sweeter.
Yeah, it's kind of like something like that. It's like
Comes
it's
in the
got
same
some
kind of bottle.
Worcestershire sauce in it or something, or as they say, W
Or is he
sauce.
talking about gravy? Because over there they only think that there's one kind of gravy. They don't
Brown gravy.
they don't understand real like I love to make chip beef gravy.
Well, that's why I was saying that show my wife and I watched where they were introducing
To the
British
kids? Yeah.
students to like biscuits and gravy.
Oh
and
yeah.
like American Thanksgiving dinner and stuff like that. And the British guys are all like,
They eat turkey for Christmas.
well, they used
And
to eat goose, but
and
then
or
now it's
goose.
turkey.
Yeah.
Turkey was if you had money. And that's why if you ever watch A Christmas Carol,
Mhm.
like they were going to eat a goose, but then when Scrooge decided not to be a
That
douchebag,
is turkey.
he bought him that shit big turkey because
Yeah.
I mean, geese don't taste really good. It's like duck. Some people are like, "Oh, I love duck." And it's like it tastes
That's
like
kind
mud.
of fatty,
bro.
isn't it?
It's greasy and it tastes
Yeah.
like mud.
Yeah.
But turkey, I mean, who's going to argue with a turkey, right?
Now I can cook a Norman Rockwell turkey, but I haven't had turkey since I was 12. I don't eat it.
Yeah, that.
But
Are
every
you a
turkey,
vegetarian?
I'm not vegetarian. My uncle told me some messed up shit when I was 5 years old, and so other than the absolute worst meats like hot dogs, pepperoni, tuna from a can, chip beef. Like I said, I make chip beef gravy and stuff. I love chip beef gravy, and I always when I make chip
In the
beef
army, they
gravy,
call that
shit on a shingle.
SOS. Yeah.
Well, to me, it's SOS. If it's the same gravy, but if you put it on toast, then it's shit on a shingle. If you put it on biscuits, then it's, you know.
Yeah, in the Army, it's always on toast.
Yeah.
It's chip beef gravy
Toast
on toast.
is a poor man's biscuit, you know. And I don't mean biscuit by cookie. It's not a cookie.
That's where you at, bro. Are you British too?
Who, me?
No, Jas.
Oh,
Jas.
Jas.
I know Quickly is British, and I know Britain's almost as big as the state I live in. It's hard to imagine, ain't it? Like,
I know.
if you were to drive from the Keys to Jacksonville, that would be like driving from like London to Edinburgh.
Well, from where you live to where I live, I mean,
That's bigger than
that's bigger than driving their whole the whole island, the whole British
There's
island.
this English guy that does a channel, and sometimes he has his mom on,
Mm-hmm.
and they just watch like American stuff.
Oh, you're talking about Lug.
And he's always
Lug.
like, holy
Yeah.
shit, had no idea America was so big, you know, because
they come over here, they think they're gonna rent a car and they're gonna drive from like New York to LA, and it's like,
and then they look
I
it
hope
up.
you
they're
got a
like,
week.
That's like 2,000 miles.
that's gonna take you 5 days to drive there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and that's even like, that's not stopping a lot to pee and stuff. I mean, come on, bro. And plus, a lot of people in Europe, they tend to think America is very homogenized.
And
They
we're
don't
not.
understand. We have like 7 or 8 distinct cultures and dialects.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're a Southerner or from Appalachia, you will not sound at all like somebody from, say, the Midwest.
Right.
Kansas. Oh, you're a Jayhawker.
Yeah.
Well, I love you anyway, though.
Well, see, I was born a Hoosier.
Kansas bushwhacker.
I was born a Hoosier, but I grew up in Florida, so
That's
you
Indiana,
know,
right? Hoosiers?
yeah. I was about an hour outside of Chicago.
Oh,
So-
see, I was up in Bloomington like last year,
Mm-hmm.
but they call that region Kentuckiana.
They used to
Like
call
on the radio, they were even like, "Welcome to Kentuckiana," and I'm like, "What in the hell is that?"
so that's southern Indiana though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's south east Indiana.
Yeah, we went
So you
up.
cross over from Kentucky, and you're in Indiana, and you got across the Cumberland River, right? And then they call it Kentuckiana, kind of like how part of Ohio they
Mhm.
call northern Kentucky.
Yeah, I actually when we went up to Indiana.
Abolitionist ancestry, yeah. Well, I was just quoting the outlaw Josie Wells because that's one of my favorite movies. And the thing I love about the outlaw Josie Wells is it's such a great redemption story. And in the end, the as he would have said, bushwhacking Jayhawker becomes like best friends with the Missouri Confederate raider, and they throw a couple Mexicans in there on top of that, and they make a deal with the Comanche, and it's like everyone's happy in the end, you know.
People in the South are not. I mean, everybody down here is laid back. I mean, we're not unless you're in like Atlanta or Miami or, you know, a big city.
Yeah, if you're not in a big city, if you're like hanging out in the outskirts or some shit, like I said, my wife and I, we went to Publix last night, and we were both like, man, it's so nice to live in this area because everyone here is nice.
Yeah.
Again, we're all armed. You know, like when I go out, I've got my Smith & Wesson Hellcat on me, you know, because I can put it in a pocket and nobody ever know. And I assume everyone else is probably armed too.
Yeah.
So that gives you a really high, like, you want to be polite because nobody wants to get shot down.
Well, the other thing is that
Plus, like
you don't have the
said,
crime. You
yeah.
don't have that kind of overt crime like you see in these cities where they're trying to, you know, where only
what has never
only the
happened
bad
to me?
guys have guns.
What has never happened to me, Death's Angel, is I've never had a package stolen off my porch.
Yeah, me neither.
And I order like Games Workshop shit and stuff like that all the time. There's been times where I've been out of town dealing with business, and a package has sat on my porch for 4 days.
Yep.
But then you look at people up in like Toledo and shit, and people riding around being porch pirates and shit.
Yep. Cincinnati and
Yeah, and it's like, man, why would you even do that? You don't even know what you're stealing at that point. You're just being a dick. You could be stealing somebody's medication.
Yep.
It's like, that is some asshole tomfoolery right there. Bible and Ruger close by. I've got my Bible behind me in my prayer corner. I've got a Glock 19 in the room with me right now. And I've got my Smith & Wesson. I also,
I need to get a 9mm.
not bragging, but I've got a AR, but mine's 300 blackout. And I tend to buy subsonic rounds for it, because that way when you go to the range, it don't blow your damn eardrums out, because 223 or 556, that's a snappy round. You got to wear some ear protection, right? Like in the Army, we all had these little green cases that had earplugs in them.
Yeah.
That you put in before you got involved in a firefight, because you don't want to blow your eardrums out. But the subsonic 300 blackout, I mean, that thing's beautiful, beautiful.
Well,
Plus there's a really good chance the Supreme Court is going to rule that suppressors are going to just be legal for everyone. And that will be beautiful, because I'll screw that flash thing off of the end of the barrel and throw a suppressor on that bitch. And then every time I go to the range, it'll just sound like somebody coughing, just boom, boom.
well, that's because the left likes to portray, they like to call them silencers, and it's like, oh, you could still hear it.
A lot of
all it does
Europe,
is protect your hearing.
a lot of places in Europe actually require you to have a suppressor,
Really,
like in Switzerland and places.
if you're allowed to have them, if you're in a country where you're allowed to have them.
Yeah, I'm not talking about countries that are stupid and outlawed all guns. I'm talking about the good ones that still let you have guns.
Yeah.
And the argument is, if you got a suppressor on the thing, you're not annoying your neighbors and being a douchebag. You can go to your range. You got your 9mm with a suppressor. You plop, plop, plop until you're done. And then you go put it in the safe. And everybody's happy. I mean, a silencer is not going to make a gun more deadly under no circumstances. No. And if you fire hot rounds through that suppressor, you're going to blow the suppressor up. You have to fire subsonics through a suppressor, or you're just going to rip the insides out, right? And most people who are killed in gang hits are killed with like a 38 automatic snub nose, no suppressor.
Yeah.
You just walk up behind somebody in the streets, like up in New York, that's how they do it. You walk up behind a guy on the sidewalk and you pop him in the back of the head, and you keep walking. Don't run, just keep walking. And it's nature that if you just keep walking, people don't even notice you.
Yeah.
But if you run, then they'll be like, oh, that guy's running, Yeah. And if you're on a crowded sidewalk, you put a 38 round in the back of somebody's noggin and keep on trucking, man. And then you throw that thing into the bay, and 50 years later they find it. Some idiot with a magnet.
Yep. Somebody going magnet fishing.
Yeah. Pull it up, and they're like, "Oh,"
or whatever the YouTube is in the future.
Yeah, like, "Oh, this pistol. It turns out it matches the same round that killed Tony Two Fingers or some shit."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So you're armed when you head out for a meal. Yeah, that's what EDC means. Quickly. And that's everyday carry.
Yeah. I have a lot of friends that do that.
But it's not just me, it's everybody.
Yeah.
Because in the state of Florida, literally every single non-felon is allowed to carry a pistol as long as it's concealed. In Kentucky, you can carry it concealed or open. They don't give a shit.
In Tennessee, you can open or conceal carry. It's your choice.
And if you're fishing,
you do not need a license.
No
There's
license.
No license.
Just don't be a felon. If you're fishing, hiking, or camping, you can carry an AK or an AR with you legally.
Yeah.
Now, if you go down to the local lakefront in the city you live in, and you got an AK strapped across your back, the cops are going to show up. Because some idiot there's a guy at the pier with an AK-47.
Or
going to show up and talk to you. But I mean, legally, you can do it.
Yep.
A lot of gang hits, you're right, 22, 25 automatics, just walk up behind somebody, pop, pop. And those things are so quiet. It's like a 22 short. It's like you can pop somebody in the head with that thing, and if you're more than a block away, you won't even hear it. And then and they're so cheap you can just chuck that shit. Isn't open carry legal in Florida? It could be, but for
It
like
is.
the longest
Well,
run,
the state Supreme Court ruled that it's legal.
see, I would never open carry though.
There's
The
a
reason is,
huge debate about that because
if I'm in a situation, no, I'm not saying it shouldn't be legal. What I'm saying is, if I'm in a situation where a bad guy is going to do a bad thing, I don't want him to know I'm packing
Right.
heat. You know what I'm saying?
Because you're the first
I was
target.
in the Army, and I understand the guy who shoots first usually wins.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be the target. It might be cool to be sitting there with a big 6-shooter strapped to your hip like a cowboy, but that's a good way to get shot when somebody runs in with a Glock.
Right.
Where can you get 22 short? Used to at Walmart.
Walmart.
Yeah, pretty much
yeah,
anywhere,
you
man.
can buy them at Walmart.
Now, I was used to, up in Kentucky, we used 22 long rifle because that's the best round for killing squirrels.
So
And
my
that-
I've got a
But-
22 revolver that came with both barrels. So
Oh, dude, you want to know what's vicious is 22 Magnum.
Really? Yeah. Well, this will fire Magnum rounds too, but it's
Yeah,
the
22
problem is
Magnum at short range will go right through a Kevlar vest like it don't even exist.
the only downside. So I have to change the barrel out, and because it's a revolver, it does it. Literally, boom! You have to pull the
It's single action,
single action, so it doesn't
so you got to
automatically
pull the hammer back.
every time.
Yeah,
That's what.
but you know why revolvers are good? Not that I'm giving anybody any advice, but theoretically, if you do something naughty with a revolver, you don't have to spend time picking up casings. You just go on about your way. You leave zero evidence
because they're still in there.
because it's a revolver. The only thing that comes out of that thing is the pew pew part.
Yep.
If you run up on somebody with an automatic, like a semi-auto, like say my Glock, if I were to do something really dirty, I mean, either I have to try to find all the casings, or the cops are going to find all the casings. At which point, 1 + 1 = prison. You know what I'm saying?
Now the downside to a single action, of course, is it doesn't auto advance.
Right.
So
But
you have to definitely intend to. You have
it's
to
like
cock
what
the
Jack
hammer
said.
and then actually pull the trigger.
Right.
But then you cock the hammer again and it goes to the next chamber.
Right.
So
Just like Jazz said, if you're trying to be a professional assassin, you use a revolver, you walk up, pop somebody, and you walk on. You leave nothing behind.
Yep.
Except the body. Theoretically, in Minecraft or Call of Duty. I mean, I just have to say that before somebody's like, that James guy's on there trying to give people advice for assassinating. No, I'm not.
No.
But Murder Incorporated and other mob hit guys, that's how they did it. Like a 22 short revolver, walk up next to you while you're on a sidewalk, pop, and keep going. Right.
I mean, that's what the spies do. That's what the Russian spies do too. The same thing. I mean,
well, it works.
They're just
right?
injecting you. They're
away.
walk right up behind you.
jacket.
They get you with an injectable or something like that, and then just keep on walking.
They hit you up with a little bit of that radioactive isotope.
Yeah,
and
then they walk along. They just keep walking. They just keep walking, and before the guy even hits the ground, they're already down a block away.
Yeah, I think that dude that got in England was actually drinking tea, and the guy put the stuff in his tea.
Yeah.
And it could have been because Putin wanted him dead. Because let's be honest, you've already established, we all know Putin's not a nice guy.
And he was KGB.
Well, I don't, whether he's KGB or not, doesn't matter.
But he
you've
was.
got the kind of power that you can just like.
Yeah, he was KGB when the Soviet Union fell.
Yeah, I know he was. He was garroting bastards in Chechnya during the first Chechen War.
So that's kind of why he wants to restore the glory of Russia.
Well, I mean, everybody wants their country to be great. That's kind of our whole thing right now, Yeah. Except he don't want the Soviet Union. He wants Imperial Russia.
Right.
But for some reason, they haven't made him the czar, which I wonder why. He's ruled for like 30 years. At a point, just call the guy the czar.
I mean,
You know,
even when he wasn't the president,
when he wasn't the president, he
he
was
was
still the premier.
right. So he was still over
It's
the
like him and
president.
Medvedev or whatever his name is. They just keep changing jobs, and he's going to be the president until like 2030 something,
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
he'll be 80 something years old. I mean, at a point, just say you are the emperor of Imperial Russia, and go on with your life.
Yeah. I don't know. I think something's going to happen to him eventually, though. I think he's got.
Yeah, he's going to
I
die
think
of old age. The dude's
No,
like
I think
70 years old.
I think he's got some sort of. I think he's got some sort of. Um,
Illness.
yeah, like
Yeah, it's called
Parkinson's or
being
something.
old,
That
dude.
I think he's got like Parkinson's or something though that he's been trying to hide.
Yeah. When you're old, shit sucks. I mean, the Rolling Stones wrote a whole song about it. What a drag it is getting old.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 you know,
Yeah.
Mother's Little Helper and all that shit. People don't understand. Vladimir Putin's like 10 years older than Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, that dude is old. He has been around. And maybe he does got a little Parkinson's. I don't know what he's got.
I think he's got something.
You
but
know nothing about firearms at all.
Hey, I was there.
I'll tell you what quickly.
I didn't have a firearm until I moved to Tennessee.
Oh, I had a firearm when I was like 10 years old. My grandpa gave me a Marlin
Yeah,
22.
but you grew up in Kentucky, and I grew up in Kissimmee, dude. So
Yeah,
you
right.
know, and the
Is
attitudes
there
were.
anybody left with claims to the Tsar's throne? I would have to do a check on that, but probably. I mean, they did wipe out the Tsar and his family, but you know, there's cousins and nephews and shit like that out there.
Yeah, they're probably there's probably some Russian royalty in France or Germany or
Look,
England. You know,
Tsar Nicholas's first cousin was the King of England
right?
in that time, King George. So there's people in Britain right now who probably have a legit claim to the Russian throne.
Right.
And he was also first cousins with Kaiser Wilhelm I. So if there's any relatives of the Kaiser around, they in theory could have a claim to the Russian throne.
Yep.
Because they were all Victoria's grandchildren.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like everyone involved in World War I.
I was going to say World War I was really just a big family feud.
It was because they were all Victoria's grandchildren.
Yep.
And the thing that's so sickening about World War I is before the war started, the King of England, the Tsar of Russia, and the Kaiser, which just means Emperor of Germany, they used to get together every summer and hang out.
Yep.
And King George of England and Tsar Nicholas looked so similar, they would trade uniforms to troll their servants. You know what I mean? Because they looked so much alike. But that makes sense since Victoria married her first cousin, Albert.
The inbreeding in the aristocracy was
also Victoria's the Queen of England, but she's like 100% German.
Yeah.
And she married a guy from Germany. So it was like, okay. I mean, but that started with the Georges. The first King George, George I was German. They imported him to England. He didn't even speak English. You know what I mean? And then, of course, you have the second and then the third and then the fourth, who was the regent king because the third refused to die but went insane. And then, I think it's the fourth that lost the colonies. Yeah, they're all inbred to one degree or another. That's a fact.
The fifth, George V. I think it was the fifth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Windsors changed their name from something a bit more German. Well, they love the name George, though, with their royalty in England. They've had a lot of Georges. The guy in World War II, I think, was King George, wasn't he?
What, Queen Elizabeth II's father?
Yeah, I think he might have been George. I mean, they had a lot of Georges.
Maybe he was because they did a movie about him because he had a stutter or something, didn't he?
Right. They had a lot of Georges. They have a whole era in their history called the Georgian era. And then, of course, you've got the Elizabethan era, the Tudors. And then after that, you've got the Victorian era.
That was George the Fifth. George the Third or the Fourth. I think it may have been George the Third.
George the Four was the fat one that was the regent, and by the time his dad died and he could become king, he was like 70.
Well, that's kind
Because
of.
George
I
the
was.
Third just
I
refused
was.
to die.
I was thinking the same was going to happen to Charles. That he was never going to be king because Queen
Because
Elizabeth
Elizabeth
II
was like an immortal.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Like every time someone passed away, she like absorbed their soul like the quickening.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say there could be only one.
Right? I have a lot of positive opinions when Elizabeth is concerned, but I think it's because she was the ruler of England from my whole life.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like
Well,
I've never
she,
known another English noble. Now you've got Charles, but I mean, I'm 55, you know. So for all of my adult life until now, it was Elizabeth. And as far as I could tell, she was a good ruler.
Yeah. Well, at least until I would say maybe the last 20 years.
I don't even know. I mean, England kept going. They kept doing their shit. I mean, Elizabeth, as far as I know, she was all right.
But
yeah, Elizabeth's still alive. She just decided to step away from the cameras. Because you know how it is when you're a Highlander. Every now and then you got to fake your death. And then you can come back later.
She had to go to the quickening, right?
Right. She had to fake her death so that in 10 years she could come back as someone else. Maybe even just a maid in the local pub. And people be like, you know, you look a lot like Queen Elizabeth. And she'd be like, oh, no, dearie, my name's Victoria. She's still out there, guys.
Yeah.
Queen Elizabeth, she's still out there. She can never die. Yeah, God save our gracious queen. Actually, my favorite British song is Rule Britannia, which I think some people call racist now, but they can kiss my ass. Because the whole Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. That's just awesome. She's playing D&D for a bit, yeah. If she is, she's definitely playing old school because I'll tell you what, I think if our dear Queen Liz saw the new art and shit, she'd be like, I don't want any part of that. You can keep that shit.
Wasn't she 16 and
queen?
She was.
And I have probably ancestors that died or killed a bunch of British people to make that a fact. Still, most Americans are fond of the British royalty for some reason. Like we don't want them, but we like them. It's like you look across the ocean and you're like, that's neat.
Except for the youngest one. That
guy is
over
such
here.
a bitch. But we knew he was going to be a bitch when his wife made him stop playing Warhammer. It's like, yeah, you're a bitch. You know? If you're a Warhammer fan and you got your little army and your wife, Megan or whatever, is like, you can't play Warhammer anymore. You got to get rid of that shit. He should have been like, fuck you, bitch, I'm out.
Well,
fuck you, bitch, I'm out.
He hasn't curried any favor with his father. I guess he was over there and.
Yeah, it didn't work right. Because those assholes have said too much. There is a point with any family, whether you're noble or not, where you can say so much horrible shit that even your dad is like, fuck you, you know?
Yeah.
You've accused us of everything. You've accused us of being racists and pedophiles and all the horrible shit. You've accused us of literally being basically demons. And now you're like, oh, but by the way, you know, no, get the hell out of here, you ginger-headed freak. His own older brother ain't even fond of him.
Yeah.
It's like, dude.
He's William, right?
Right. And that dude is so laid back. It's like, how do you get that guy pissed at you? You know? I mean, he's like the most laid back dude. He's just hanging out with his wife.
William will become king in our.
William is definitely going to be the king. And Harry will be a douchebag living in Canada or California or something.
Yeah. And it'll probably happen in the next 5 to 10 years.
No, Charles is already.
Yeah,
he's ill.
He's got some major issues. I don't know if he's going to live, if he's going to survive.
Yeah, he's very ill, and it's possible he might just step down. He could just step down and be like, "It's all yours, William. Knock yourself up." Yeah. But look at Harry. Harry started out as like super Chad, British nobility, Apache helicopter flying in
Yep.
Afghanistan, like just like a man's man. Everybody loved that dude.
Yeah.
And then he got with this chick, and she just snipped his nuts off and chucked him right in the bin.
Yeah.
And he's just been like following her around like an idiot. And it's like, what is wrong with you, Harry? You're the Prince of England. You can get any woman you want. Let's be honest. I mean, like every woman would love to be a princess. But no, you did this stupid shit. Yeah, and Kate, she recently in the past couple of years survived cancer, and I mean, they've been through the shit, right? And at no time has Kate ever embarrassed.
Nope.
That is
Well, then
not
they
exactly true.
didn't they try
Not
to say
exactly
it
true,
was
but, hey.
racism or something because she's supposedly black?
Well, I mean, there's that. There's so much shit that I mean.
But she's as black as Obama was, maybe.
Well, her dad is, I think, Jewish.
Yeah,
I think
well,
he's a banker for the church, or the city of London, or
Yeah.
something like that. But Andrew is definitely on the Epstein files. Trump is definitely 100% not.
yeah.
And it's been proven a million times. And if you still believe it after it's been proven so many times by like everyone, then I can't help you about cake. Sorry, I can't help you. You're one of those guys who has Trump derangement syndrome so hard that you can't even see the truth.
Yeah.
When it's right in front of you.
Well, they like to think that we walk lockstep with everything that Trump. And I don't.
If Trump were on that island diddling little kids, I'd want his ass in prison.
Yep.
Tomorrow, tonight, if possible. I mean, I'm not such a huge Trump fan. That's why he won't release them. No, I think the reason they're not releasing them is because they don't exist, because the last administration destroyed
Got rid of them. Yep.
because their people are actually on the list.
Yes, a lot of Democrat leaders and some Republican leaders too.
A lot of everybody.
Yeah.
It was a honey trap, probably done by mistake.
I would not. I don't have a doubt that Mitch McConnell is probably on that list.
Oh yeah.
We know Bill Clinton is.
Yeah, we know Clinton was on that.
Probably
list.
Hillary too.
No. Now, did Trump help himself with the what? We're still talking about that thing? No, that didn't help him at all.
No.
As a matter of fact, it pissed a lot of his supporters off big time.
Yeah, well, just like
But-
the H-1B visa pissed a lot of us off. Those of us that work in tech we were like, no.
But Kate, she did release what she had, but guess what? It's like Kash Patel said. They're constantly finding shit that was hidden.
Yep.
And now they're talking to what's her name, his little helper, which they should have been doing all along. Because how do you put somebody in prison for child trafficking, but don't say who they trafficked and to
Right.
whom? That makes no sense.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
You are in denial. I'm not in denial. I just told you if he's on the actual shit, he needs to go to prison. But here is the thing.
He's not.
Trump is the most investigated human being in the history of human beings.
Most investigated president ever. Too.
And yet that bastard is Teflon clean. They can't get him for nothing.
I mean, they had to make shit up, and they had to change a law, which this is totally unconstitutional. They had to change a law so that they could go after him on these things that the left likes to tout, the 24 convictions or whatever.
Which he was. You're in a cult. I would say not, since
No,
I'm
the
not
left
the
is a
one
cult.
that's embracing violence and
Yep.
willing to deny reality. Also, if you can't say what a woman is, you don't get to tell other people they're in a cult.
Yeah. What's a woman?
The Epstein list does not exist based on the Hall & Oates song. The Epstein list does not exist. Look, the Epstein thing happened like way back, right? And we've had how many administrations?
Yeah, some of these girls are like almost our age now.
And also,
Or
Comey,
older.
who was crooked as shit, was in charge of that shit.
Comey? Yeah.
Yeah, so come on, man.
They were shredding and deleting all kinds of evidence.
Oh yeah. Next Buckcake's gonna say that Hillary Clinton didn't like delete all of her servers.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden didn't have a bunch of
files
in the garage in
his
Chinatown, right?
well, he had them in his garage. He had them in like 3 different places.
Obama never financed the coup in Ukraine,
Right?
or drone strike an American citizen without a trial. No, you're in a cult. You're the kind of guy who thought that the death of a public speaker who had opinions you disagree with was a good thing. I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm actually a little sad that Joe Biden's dying of ass cancer. I don't want anybody to die.
But this is the one. Yeah.
You know,
this is the one
never
that
said I supported Hillary Biden.
Yeah.
But
but he was perfectly fine.
You have an animated whatever.
It was perfectly
I just
fine.
assumed that you were probably some Antifa weirdo. Your cuties are deflecting. My cuties. Oh, you cuties. We're not deflecting. We just said that since you probably think that transsexualism is a real thing, that your opinion doesn't matter. Kind of like I would tell people on X, if you have pronouns in your profile, your opinion is meaningless.
That's kind of my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, James,
you do you, boo. You do you. But
yeah, I mean, yeah,
but I'm not.
I mean, you know, like Seinfeld said, not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's not my thing.
You have the right to do whatever crazy messed up thing you want to yourself, but
I don't. Okay, then here's the deal, Buckcake. If you're going to make statements like that, then tell us a little bit of, like, what do you believe? Like, where are you even American? First off, if you're not American, I don't give a shit what you think about our political party, really.
Yeah.
I mean, do I think what's happening with the Canadians is right? No, of course not.
Nope.
You know, but if you're like from some other European country, shut the F up. You got your own problems you should really be worrying about. You know, like if you're French, I mean, come on, dude, calm down. Deflecting, no, there's no deflection here. And if I mean, also I'm not in a cult.
James, the left always projects. Just remember
They do always project.
They always project. Everything that they try to accuse those of us that are conservative, libertarian, or MAGA, everything they accuse of us.
Hey, Manowar, neighbor of the beast. What's up, homie?
They are guilty of. So,
well, it's like the No Kings riot, but you got a bunch of idiots dressed up as unicorns and clowns. It's like, really? I have standards. I doubt that. I believe the president shouldn't be a convicted felon. He's not. All of that shit was overturned. 80 years old. Okay, we could almost agree with that. Like, I'm not super happy that, you know, any president should be so old that we got to start worrying about their mental acuity. But yeah, everything you can, like the convicted felon thing, that's all bullshit.
Oh yeah,
it's all bullshit. It's all been thrown out. It's not.
They literally they tried to say
no. Everything is not more expensive under Trump. Eggs are half the price they were under.
Oh yeah, so they're way down.
Out of here.
Gas is down.
He has a mugshot. You know who else has a mugshot? Me. I have like 5 mugshots. And guess what I've been convicted of in my life? Nothing.
Yep.
So having a mugshot don't mean anything. No, he was accused and found in a civil court by a bunch of Trump-hating deranged maniacs guilty of a thing. What? You're going to believe that a woman 30 years ago in a dressing room got molested, and all of a sudden we're bringing it up?
E. Jean Carroll, that lady is so ugly. Oh my God, she's
I know, right?
Inside and out. Trump had supermodels at the time.
Yeah, he's banging supermodels.
Why was
it's kind of like when they say he's a racist, and it's like, you do know he financed Jesse Jackson's run for presidency and used to bang black chicks like all the time. So yeah, dudes from Queens, New York, bro, get out here. You're not president. Well, neither are you. Okay. I mean, He okay, butt cake. It's almost like you don't understand that Donald Trump is the king of the trolls
Oh yeah,
and is a New Yorker.
and the left can't meme.
And yeah, the left can't meme and they don't understand memeing. He's also the king of memers. And that's why the idiots at all the social media had to get rid of him, because he's cooking their asses with memes. So they couldn't out meme him, so they had to take him away. Yeah, mugshot doesn't mean guilt. And just look at what he says about his own daughters. He said they were beautiful, right?
Yeah,
but see, only someone sick in the head would take what he said and extrapolate it into incest.
Sexualize it. Yeah.
And it's also wild because the people who hate Trump are the same people who are pro sex workers and stepsister porn and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, dude, calm down. The president shouldn't be a troll. Why?
That's why we love him.
That's why people love the guy.
Because he is the most straight up,
he dropped the
down to earth
on live TV.
I mean, he's like, he doesn't play this. He doesn't play this bullshit. Like,
it's kind of like, why did people love Bill Clinton when he ran? Not because he's a troll, but because he was smooth.
Yeah.
He had that smooth Southern charm. Now, was he having whores imported into the office in Arkansas so he could bang them? Hell yeah.
Yes, he was.
Are there 100 bodies you could directly link to those guys? Sure.
Yes, there are.
But when he was young boy and he'd get on TV and play the sax, everybody was like, oh my God.
I remember that.
Arsenio Hall.
Yeah.
Low standard morons like him. Okay, well, who do you want to be president? And you've still never told me if you're even an American. So, I mean, you're basically working your way up to be the first guy I've ever banned for having no argument. Stormy Daniels. Yeah, he paid bang to whore. Guess what? That makes him pretty much a man.
And actually, Stormy Daniels testified that she didn't sleep with him.
Before she testified that she did. I mean, you know.
Well, did she ever testify that she did? I don't think she did.
I don't know. I know the lawyer she had ended up in prison. You are an American. Okay, that's a start.
There we go. We got one answer.
You're an American, so we can talk about American stuff. But hey, what's up, Shadow? Yeah, not going to be on too much longer. I promised my wife I would vacuum and mop these floors tonight. And if I do, I'm going to end up being up late to do it. But if I don't do it, she might strangle me in my sleep, put a pillow over my face or something. So while I'm having a great time talking to you guys, I'm not going to be on too much longer, because if I don't do my chores, my little Viking wife will Viking me. And I don't want to be Viking.
She's going to stab you.
Right? Or battle axe. Like, I'll wake up in the middle of the night with Led Zeppelin's Immigrant Song going on. I'll know I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
You know.
That's what's going through my head.
Here it comes. Viking double bit battle axe right to the forehead. Actually, she's got her own pistol, so hopefully it'd be that, because I feel like, you know, I'd be asleep and then I'd just not
be here.
So, you know, it's like it'd be instant and I'd be like, I'd wake up and be like, well, I'm dead. Okay.
Surprise, you're dead.
Right. The sky is orange like Trump's. Come on, bro. That's like, that is so low of a, I mean, that's not an argument, man. That's not an argument. The fact that Trump is orange is not an argument. Okay? I mean, that's what you got. The sky's orange like Trump's tan. Do you think, I mean, that's, oh my God.
I don't know. My sky's blue.
It's dark out tonight, so I can't see.
It's not dark yet here.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys stay light a little bit longer, don't you?
Yeah, I'm a little further
Address
west.
my point on Melania. What is your point on Melania? Did I miss that? Melania is a Slovenian model that Trump married and had a kid with.
I mean, Trump had a
Because
good
I think his
relationship with
daughters
his,
were
with
with
his
Ivanka.
ex-wife.
weren't they?
He,
Yeah,
he had,
Ivanka,
yeah, he had a great, you know, he had a great
who was
relationship.
also Eastern European. I think maybe even Slovenian.
He's got a thing for supermodels. E. Jean Carroll is not a supermodel. So, I mean, what does that say?
Yeah,
That
because
lady is an
Ivanka was
absolute
a
100%,
supermodel.
no doubt at all whatsoever, a liar. That
But
woman is a
address my
liar.
point on Melania. I missed that point.
What's the point? I
No,
didn't even
sex
read the
workers are
chat.
never okay. It's a sin to do. But who are you to judge, Buttcake? Who are you to judge? I guarantee you've done shit just as bad. You probably sit up at night watching your stupid porn, jerking your meat, but you think you can judge someone else for doing something. It's like, come on, man. And besides that, the making fun of the guy for being orange, that is just like childish. It's like it's a non anything. Am I contradicting myself? Because you said contracting. I wish I could contract myself. No, I'm not. You'll find that my statements and my positions are quite, stationary. To
Well,
quote
that's
Weird Al.
fine. So are ours. I mean,
Buttcake took a wrong turn. He probably saw the No Kings is evil.
yeah, I'm
thing.
sure that's what that came from.
My standards suck. My standards. You don't know what my standards are.
I don't know.
You rolled in here. We were having a conversation about, I don't know, British food or something. And
Yeah.
you freaked the fuck out about what? Are you curious about why I think the No Kings movement is evil? Are you curious about that? Or are you just here to spew a bunch of bullshit until I ban you because you're not saying anything? Reminds me of the scene in Fiddler on the Roof where the one guy's trying to read the paper and they're like, Avram, speak, say something. You're not saying anything. You're rambling like a donkey can do what you're doing. So, Buttcake, speak. Stop being a schmuck.
He's probably a pro-Palestinian too.
Yeah, and those people are all mad that Trump finally ended all of that.
I know.
And it's like, now what are you going to bitch at? Trump ended the genocide in Palestine, but heaven forbid,
It's funny. No other country wanted
no
other country wanted the Palestinians. The
Yeah,
Saudis didn't
Egypt's
want
got a bigger
them.
gate
Egypt
than
didn't want them.
freaking
Yeah,
Israel does.
none of them wanted them.
Jordan don't want them.
No, because they're problematic.
Damn sure don't want them. Lebanon don't want them.
Right.
Your comrades are out playing in traffic today. Well, from what I've seen, Michael, they're getting wrecked up in Portland because I guess a bunch of pro-American patriot type dudes are showing up, and they've got a guy up there, kind of a fat dude. You wouldn't think he's a badass, but they call him 2 Count Tony or some shit because he's knocked 2 Antifa dudes slap out so far. Like one of them had a 7-minute power nap on the concrete because they run up at him to attack him. And he just knocks them out. One of them he knocked out while he was carrying a camera in his left hand.
She was
I don't you see.
nude?
This guy's
What's the
brain
nude?
is melting so hard that he's
I
not
know.
even being able to put sentences
Trump is
together.
fat. Okay, well, yeah, I'm fat too.
Yeah, I'm overweight. I mean, 6'1", 220, 240, 240 now.
See, I weigh more than you. I am fat.
So Trump is fat.
He's not as fat as I am.
And so are you saying, Buttcake, that you don't support
You hate fat people? He's fat shaming.
You hate fat people? Is
He's
that a
fat
problem?
shaming.
You're fat shaming Trump? Why would you fat shame Trump? And Melania was no model. She actually was a model in Slovenia.
She was. Yes, she was.
Yeah, that's a fact. She was. Address the point. You haven't made any points, asshole. That's why I keep saying.
Make a point.
Yeah. So Trump cheated on his wife.
See, here's
a lot of presidents have cheated on their wives. Yeah. Do I think it's good? No, I think it's very sinful. But you know what? It's between him and Melania. It's not between me and him.
Not our business.
Yeah, he's doing all right for like being 78 or whatever.
Yeah.
That was Pete Hesgeth. Oh, so another Army infantryman slept around. Oh my God. As an ex-Army infantryman, oh my God. Imagine my surprise. I mean, come on, dude.
Was that ever proven? I don't think that was ever proven either.
I don't know if it was even ever proven, but this
I
guy
think
so
the
judgmental. I mean, so judgmental.
I think this woman who actually was married did try to sleep with him.
Yeah, there's the argument that actually it was all just some bitch talking shit because, you know,
she actually was married. She
accused before.
She got drunk and was like all over him.
What type of model was Melania? The kind that walk up and down stage and let people look at her?
Runway model?
You know?
Now he hates models.
Christ. And why does it even matter? And obviously you are a far left loon because you've went from Orange Man bad to Melania's not beautiful to Pete Hesgeth is evil. I mean, you're hitting all of the frickin', you're ticking all the boxes.
You know, my brother's a retired master sergeant from the Army, and he has a lot of respect for Hesgeth, certainly a lot more than his predecessors.
Yeah, Millie.
Yeah.
The guy who spent all of his time reading about white racism and rage. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Who do you think fights wars for America? Hillbillies from North Georgia, Kentucky, and poor black dudes from the hood. That's who fights wars for the United States, not rich people.
Yep.
They don't do it. Remind you again. Well, first off, I would remind you to come up with a point or get effed right in the A, which you might be good with. To quote Seinfeld, not that there's anything wrong with it, even though I think it's very sinful. But
if you swing that way, that's your choice. Yeah, that's not my not my cup of tea. You know?
No, there's no way I would have anyone who would choose a name like Buttcake 69. I mean, look, this dude's obviously like a sexual degenerate, in my opinion. But then again, I'm a hardcore Russian Orthodox Christian. But even when I was practicing Jew, I would have considered this guy a sexual deviant. I mean, Moses said they should all be put to death with a sword. At least Jesus said, tell them what they're doing is wrong, and then they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
James Standards. Well, I did work as firefighter. I do not. I do not deny anybody the utmost of my medical treatment, regardless of their ethnicity or race. My niece is half black. I have a first cousin who is half black. I am a typical mixed American family.
Yeah,
we got a little bit of everything everywhere. Big Ball's better. Are you talking about the guy who literally took a beating and got his nose broken to save his girlfriend from a mob? Because that's what happened to Big Balls. But he took that beating and his girlfriend got away. Because heaven knows what could have happened.
Oh, yeah. Those people are pretty sick and twisted.
Trump sold autographed Bibles to pay for his porn, I assume you mean, hush money affairs. Dude, do you know how much money Congress spends a year to pay?
There's a slush fund for that.
Yeah, Congress literally has a fund to pay people who accuse congressmen of sexual impropriety. So you're not making any points. Jan 6 police, not a single police officer died on January 6th. An unarmed woman died on January 6th.
Who was a veteran.
Who was an Air Force veteran.
Yep.
And also it's already come out, bro, that like there were so many FBI agents in the audience trying to get that shit going. It was bullshit. That's not a deflection. That's a fact.
And it's come out multiple times that Trump offered. Trump they even staged the National Guard there.
It's not lies, dude. What are you watching? MSNBC all day?
No, I thought they changed their name to MS Now. Ms. Now.
Or whatever. It's like I said, though, earlier when we were talking about some people you just can't talk to because they're so up their own ass.
Yeah.
And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a person.
Oh, I know. We're going in circles.
He's not even listening to us. He's just, Why did your daddy pardon them? Because he didn't break the law, asshole. That's why all the Jan 6 guys got out. You want to talk about an unequalness and justice? Why didn't the Antifa guys that burnt down half of the United States ever go to jail?
How many of these
But
no
the Jan
kings
6
people have
guys
been arrested
did.
today?
I mean, it's like, what kind of two-tiered system do we live in?
James, how
What?
many of these no kings protesters have been rounded up today?
I know, and they're all so convinced that there's like
It's like
some kind of weird trans genocide, this genocide, that genocide, and it's like, and yet you guys are still out here.
yeah,
Wait,
look,
so they're Antifa and FBI? It is possible to be both at the same time. Yes, you know that, right? One is a terrorist organization, and the other is a job. So yes, you can be a communist scumbag and a member of the FBI at the same time.
yes, you can.
So I mean, only an idiot would think that these two things couldn't both be true. Yeah, he's not going to learn anything quickly.
No.
He already knows everything. He's probably a 20-something-year-old dude. And I know how I was when I was young. I thought I knew everything too. I was an idiot.
I know. We all did. I mean, that's
Why did he pardon them? Because they were unjustly rounded up
and held in
thrown
prison
into
for
prison
4
without
years.
trial and basically abused for years by a regime that should be ashamed of itself. Really,
by a regime that committed exactly what you're trying to claim Trump is doing.
Yeah,
One that actually verifiable.
I mean, Biden pardoned everybody under the sun, basically.
Well, I mean, his auto pen did, but
yeah, his auto pen did because he was crazy as shit and didn't know anything anyway. So
he was mentally ill. He was suffering from dementia when he was running for president the first time.
Which is sad. I mean,
and they just covered it up.
What they did to that man should be considered elder abuse.
Elder abuse, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they threw him out there. He was already, I mean, that dude needed to retire to a beach with an umbrella drink, and they should have just let him.
Yep. After being, he should have retired as vice president, and that been it.
Buttcake, if you are illegally arrested and all of your civil liberties are thrown out the window and you're held in prison with no trial or anything like that, it does make it okay for somebody to pardon you.
Yes, it absolutely does.
And you're saying stay on topic. That's so funny. I would say the fact that he won like all of the states and except for a couple and the electoral college vote. And,
and he also
that is what justifies Trump being president. He actually won a legal election.
He won the popular vote too.
He won the popular vote, the electoral college. So, I mean, I thought you guys were all into no kings and pro our republic, right? Well, Trump is the duly and legally elected president. So
we had to put up. We put up with Obama for 8 years.
Yeah, because Obama was smooth. You gotta admit, the guy was smooth. He got up there, he gave a speech. He was smooth.
Yeah,
I mean, super, like his arguments don't even mean anything. But I'm not saying gang up on the guy. It's obvious he's an idiot.
Yeah, well, you can't.
In my mind, I'm thinking he's probably very young.
You can't fix stupid.
So you can't fix stupid, but you can outgrow it.
Yeah, that's true. That's
so.
True.
Hopefully,
you'll get unstuck from stupid. As Schwarzkopf used to say, "Don't get stuck on stupid."
I am just going to go ahead and give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say that he's a young dude. He believes what he's told by his other young idiot friends. But who knows? 10 or 15 years from now, he might totally change.
Yeah.
And he might wake up and be like, wait a minute. There's a lot of shit that I believe that don't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And all we can do is hope and pray, whether you're religious or not. If you're not religious, hope for him. And if you are religious, pray for him.
Yep.
And there you go. You know, it is what it is.
They always want to throw personal attacks instead
you said
of talk
sex
about
workers
policy.
are sin. They are.
But you ever notice that they always want to do
ignore
the
fact that Melania posed without clothes for a magazine. I didn't ignore the fact, and nor I didn't even see that you'd said that. I don't know if she did that, but if she did do that, yeah, that's sinful. She shouldn't do that.
But
That's not
I don't
good.
really care. That's not.
However,
That's whatever.
is it my business?
Right.
And how do you know she hasn't since like totally had a redemption arc? Like I'm saying you could have, right? You could have a redemption arc, Buckcake. You
Yeah.
can say all this crazy shit, but in like 10 years, you can have a redemption arc and be like, nudity is a sin. It depends. It's like if you're being nude in a lewd, lascivious, or pornographic nature, then yes, it's sinful. But if you're being nude like in a Greek statue sort of way, then it's art. It just really depends. I mean, no one would ever look at the statue of David and be like, oh my God, that's pornographic.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
some would.
Some people might, but those people need to calm down.
Yeah.
You're hypocrites. Coming from you, that's rich. What a good model for young girls. Dude, you don't even know what a young girl is. Right? You think anyone who says they're a girl is a girl. So again, you have a weird anime tag and you're talking crazy shit. Is selling rebranded autographed Bibles a sin? It could be, yeah. He never raped anyone. Stop. He's never proven guilty of that. That's just some shit idiots bring up.
George Slopadopoulos.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yeah. So George Slopadopoulos
got sued over that.
A lot of money for
He
saying.
got sued for that. Yep, sure did. And
yeah. I wouldn't accuse Trump of rape because if you got some money, he's going to get it because he has not been proven guilty of that. And saying that he has is slander or libel, depending if you write it.
Yeah.
So, of course, our standards are a lot weaker than like Britain. In England, you accuse somebody of some shit, you better know because, I mean, they'll take you straight down to Downing Street for that shit. Oh, so since he wasn't found innocent, he has to be guilty.
Well, first of all, that's not a guilt or innocence thing. It's a liable or not liable thing. And they found him liable for some bullshit.
Yeah,
but they did not find him liable for what I'm not even gonna.
You know what's weird is this guy probably thinks that our legal system is racist.
Probably
because so many people go to prison, right?
Yeah.
But look how quick he is to cast the first stone.
Yeah.
Was he found innocent or liable? Simple question. Those two things don't mean guilty.
Well, it's liable or not liable in a civil matter, and
right.
And it's not beyond a shadow of a doubt in a civil matter.
Well, this guy probably doesn't understand the difference between criminal and civil courts.
I know, and
being found guilty of something in civil court means nothing.
Well, there's no such thing as guilt in civil court.
Or being found liable in civil court doesn't mean a damn thing.
It just means that the jury wanted to give money away. It means a group of
idiots decided that you should pay someone some money.
Yep.
That's all it means. If he had actually done the thing, they would have thrown him in jail. Again, the most investigated human being in all of history.
Yep.
And you're really digging for why the liability charges? Because a group of idiots said he should have to pay this person for some shit that they couldn't prove he was guilty of.
She couldn't even remember what year this happened.
He's not guilty of 34 felonies. They were all overthrown. I'm getting rid of you, Buckcake. No. You're not
repeating himself, not without getting anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're not willing to actually debate anything in good faith. So
why won't they ever discuss like policies though? They don't ever want to discuss policy.
They
always want to be personal.
Depends what the nudity is. Like, I wouldn't say people at a nude beach are being sinful. They're just walking around naked.
I don't want to go to a nude beach.
I have a nude colony, a nudist colony in my first due when I was a firefighter. You don't want to go to one of those places. There's nothing sexy about it.
Nothing sexy about 80,
But someone
80-year-old
has the
naked,
blood sugar thing, and they're
80-year-old
all like
naked people.
70
Is
years
gross.
old.
I went to high school with the guy who owned a nudist colony. Well, his grandfather started one down there.
Yeah, it's like near Point Siena or
Yes,
something.
yes.
Oh, I ran
went to high
cars in
school
that
with.
place, and they're all like 70 years old, and you always got some old Italian dude from New York,
Yep.
super hairy with a big golden medallion, nothing
Yep.
else on, and he wants to stand there and talk to you with his foot cocked up on a freaking log or something while you're trying to get somebody's blood sugar under control. And the guy looks like he's got Godzilla hanging from between his legs, and you're just like, oh God. Right. And women with their nipples on either side of their belly buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing sexy about that shit. But
Nope.
if that's what those people want to do, I mean, God bless them.
Can you imagine being a firefighter in the villages?
Oh God, I had to go to the villages once for a water test when I was a plumber.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man! You drive through that place and there's like old dudes with all their shirt only the very lowest button is buttoned.
Yeah.
And they're riding around in like golf carts that are made up to look like Cadillacs or Rolls
Yeah.
Royces.
Yeah. You know, STDs run rampant over there.
Medallions and shit.
Yeah, they've got a
It's the
lot of
STD capital of like the world.
yeah because
It's
you got a lot of widows and widowers that are just hey, they're like, I've already been married and this and that and the other, and now
parties, orgies. If you work in the insurance business, Friday night, if their Viagra don't show up, you will be getting a call.
Yeah.
Because they call like with where my wife used to work, they called Friday Viagra Friday. Because and if they didn't get their Viagra, which meant they weren't going to be able to do the orgy that weekend, boy, they'd be pissed. And it's just like, oh my God, you filthy old people. But I'll tell you what, when I worked for the wire department, part of my job was cleaning out lift stations. And if you don't know what a lift station is, it's when you have a gravity-fed sewer system. Every now and then, the water has to be lifted up to go down the next slope, right?
Yep.
And the lift station next to that freaking old folks' home off of Nolte Road, that sump pump was constantly jammed full of condoms.
Oh, I'll bet.
And we would have to hook it, because it's got a ring on top, hook the sump pump, lift it all the way out, hose it off, and then get all the nasty condoms out of it so that it could run, right? And it would just be like, this station only services this giant assisted living facility. It doesn't service any other.
Right.
So all of these condoms are coming out of this assisted facility. God, man, I was so glad when I didn't have to do that anymore. But yeah, the villages are just like, it's Florida, man. It's just Florida. There's something in the weather.
And most of those people, most of those people moved there from up north.
Oh, a lot of them, yeah. The ones you see with like the hamburger meat chest hair and the big medallions.
Yep.
Yeah, those are all Jewish or Italian dudes from New York. They're living their freaking Sylvester Stallone years, cruising around, doing key parties, orgies and shit. It's all incredibly degenerate as shit, but I mean, it's not against the law, so there you go.
I guess at that point,
Michael, you can't talk to that guy. That's why I just blocked him. He's the kind of guy that shows up in chat, spews a bunch of shit all over everything, and it's basically like trying to play chess with pigeons, as they say. They're just going to knock all the pieces down and shit all over the board, so don't even bother. And I did give him the benefit of the doubt, and I do hope he's just a young idiot. And eventually he'll learn and he'll stop being a young idiot. It could happen. It could happen. But you can't talk to that guy. I mean, he still believes that Trump is guilty of 39 felonies, even though all you'd have to do is a simple Google search to find out all that shit was thrown out.
Well, and like I said, you can't be guilty of a civil crime.
Yeah, and the
Or it's not a
FBI
crime. It's a civil suit.
and the FBI said that he is literally the only person that was at all anywhere in the orbit of Epstein that
Right.
came forward and tried to get Epstein thrown in prison.
And tried to help the girls. Yeah, because
And tried to help the
Epstein was
girls.
trying to
He
recruit
is
his
literally the
employees.
only dude, and he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago.
Yes, he did.
Epstein went to a party once, and Trump was like, "That guy is a freak. Don't
He
come back. Ever
bad
again.
juju, bad vibes, man.
Bad vibes on this dude. He can't come back." So meanwhile, all these other dudes, but that's how they do, you know, they ignore their own bullshit and try to pin it. Like you said, Death's Angel. They're great at projection.
Yep.
They think everyone else is guilty of the shit they do. And it's like, no, man, that's not how it works.
Just because you
But
do it
again-
doesn't mean everybody else does it.
But again, I want you guys to be reminded that, yeah, he's probably just young and stupid. Maybe he's in university somewhere. He's got a
He's
stupid
been
professor,
indoctrinated.
yeah, telling him shit. And of course, when you're in university, you don't want to piss your professor off because that guy can fail you.
See, now I took the opposite approach last time I went to last couple of times I went to college.
Well, yeah,
I was also in my 30s, and I was like, oh, I'm not just gonna take this whatever this sociology professor is saying at face value. And you should have seen the kids' faces when I challenged this lady, who I was
she
older.
probably
I was
appreciated it.
older than the professor. Yes, I got an A in that class.
Yeah.
Because because the kids don't challenge them.
No.
They're so conditioned that whatever there's whatever is being said is verbatim. And I actually said, well, actually, what about the blah 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 blah? It was whatever the topic was.
Yeah.
I would do and then we had a debate, and eventually the kids kind of figured out that's what college is supposed to be.
That's what college is supposed to be. You go in and debate ideas vigorously until one side or the other proves their point.
Right.
But it's not what it is now. Like Thomas Sowell, if you ever listen to him, when he went to university in New York, he had to pay his way. He was communist.
Really?
And then he took Econ 101, and what's his name? Friedman was in the class with him.
Yeah.
And Friedman, of course, was like the hardcore, libertarian free market guy, right?
Yeah.
And they got into it. And their professor told them, if you make a statement, you better be able to back it up or I will cook your ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm paraphrasing.
Right.
By the time Thomas Sowell got his degree in economics, he was a hardcore freaking free market capitalist.
Yep.
Because he would say something about communism and like the professor or Friedman or whoever would eat him alive. And he would have to try to defend his position and he couldn't. And eventually he was like, he learned.
Yeah.
Basically. He learned. He is like, yep, I'm an idiot. I was a young black man from New York. I thought communism was a great idea. But then I got into the real world and started talking to people and realized, no, I'm stupid.
Every little mom and pop shop is a capitalist.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. But capitalism is not inherently a bad idea.
The thing is, communism, especially in a super rich country like we live in, is really just about envious people who feel like they deserve everything and shouldn't have to work to get in it.
Right.
And it's just a bad idea. It's kind of like when people talk about free medical. And it's like, there is no free medical. I know people from Europe and Canada and other places like say, well, I got free medical. No, you don't. You pay like 50% income tax.
I know one guy. Yeah. Well, I know one guy.
Which, if that's what you want, again, you vote for it and you pay for it, but it's not free. You're paying for it.
So yeah, somebody's paying for it.
Right. Somebody is paying for it.
You've paid for it probably, and other people are paying
for it.
Well,
I mean, if you got a job, you're paying for it because they're taking it right out of your check.
Yep.
So it's basically just government insurance, really.
Yeah.
But here's the problem, and this is what England's going through right now, and boy, my heart goes out for them. What happens if you have a national health service, which is, like I said, it's basically just insurance, but they're taxing you. When you import millions of people who have never put a nickel towards it, but they use it all the time.
So this one
And
fellow,
the system
this
falls
one
apart.
fellow I talked to on Discord, he's an older guy. He's a gamer. He's living in like an assisted facility, for people that need some help.
Yeah.
They have a nurse that comes by and visits, the building
if
every
you've
now and
got
then.
some shit like that, yeah.
But he was saying he needed to go get some he had to go see an eye doctor, and it took him 6 months to get this appointment. He finally gets this appointment, and they canceled on him because they had to take some of these immigrants.
And that is kind of the issue, because we have a thing, and I don't know who invented the word, but it's like suicidal empathy.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, of course we would like to help all these other people. We would, because we're good people. We would like to help these other people.
Yeah.
But there comes a point where you're giving so much to someone else that you're literally killing yourself.
Well, it's the way I always described it. It's like
England have done.
It's like what they tell you on an airplane when they're giving you the little safety scoop.
Put the oxygen on.
Put your mask on first before your kids. Why? Because you need to be able to put the mask on them.
Right.
And
it's like if you're a first responder, they always tell you look after yourself first, your partner second, and everything else third.
Right.
Also, the oxygen on airplanes, it just makes you really calm so that you're not freaking out when you hit the ground.
Yeah. But
when you give somebody oxygen, it calms them right down.
Yeah, I don't know. They gave me
it's
more.
The number one
I had my helicopter,
medication that we give in the fire service. Like everyone gets O2, high flow O2. If you're bad, and if you're not bad, you get a nasal cannula, and however many liters an hour, and that O2 will just, somebody can be losing their freaking mind. You get them on some O2, get them breathing, and all of a sudden they're just like, cool.
Yeah, when I was having my heart attack, and they flew me from the hospital down there near you to the one over in Kissimmee.
Yeah, because you don't need to be at St. Cloud Hospital if you're having a heart attack. You're just going to die.
Well, I didn't pass that hospital. I didn't think I was having one, but let me tell you, apparently I was when they checked the EKG. And
well, I mean, what did it feel like? Did you have like crushing weight on your chest?
Nope, just didn't feel good. Just like I took a shower and everything. Yeah, I was like, oh, maybe I'll feel better, and then she asked me. To be
fair, one of my chiefs told me that there's like 80-year-old dudes that have like a heart attack before they're done with their morning coffee. Don't even know.
Well, I was told by the nurse. I said, yeah, if you ever feel like that again, just call 911 immediately. Don't.
I tell people that all the time. If you think you are having a heart attack in the United States, call the ambulance, because if they show up and get you hooked up, you will not die.
Yeah.
If you're alive when they show up, you're going to live. They'll get your shit together. You'll pace you if they have to. You'll get your O2. They're ready to work you if they need to. You'll go right off of the ambulance stretcher directly onto the cath lab table. Yeah. They'll throw a couple stents in your ass. You'll be at home 2 days later feeling better than you ever did.
Yeah, well, that's what I got. I got
to wait around and F around like someone on the chat right now.
Like I did.
Dying because they don't, they try to be tough,
because it didn't feel like what I thought, because we grew up with, Fred Sanford, Elizabeth, the big one.
I'm coming. Yeah.
This is the big one. No, it didn't feel like that. Totally did not feel like that, I didn't feel
the
good.
Other group you got to watch is women, because a woman will be like, damn, my thighs hurt. She's having a heart attack, because women do not show heart attacks.
They exhibit they exhibit different symptoms. Yeah.
Yeah. Their symptoms are so different, but yeah, I'm glad you survived. And in the future, just dial 911,
mm-hmm.
because it's not worth dying to be like, I'll drive myself to the.
Cour-
No, you'll end
course,
up in the
yeah,
bad.
yeah,
Don't do that.
yeah. Of course, now I have
But
to.
yeah, Michael, you're right. It's always about their revolution, and they're the stars of it, and they're not going to be in the gulag. They're going to be Stalin, except in reality, they're going to be in the gulag.
I was gonna say, isn't that what they said during the Mao thing when all the
Yeah.
college kids that they got up to rise up against the professors?
And then everyone with education got shot.
Yep.
And anyone that wore glasses got shot.
That's where the term "useful idiots" came from. Basically, that kind of mentality.
Well, that's what
Lenin did the same
Lenin
thing.
said that thing. You convince all
Well-
these people that if they work for you, it's going to be great. And then as soon as you get power, you X them out.
Get rid of them.
The first people you actually want to kill are the revolutionaries.
Yep.
Because if you don't whack those bastards and
Then
they
they'll
don't like how
rise
you're
up
doing
against
shit,
you.
they know how to do revolutions.
Yep.
So you got to get rid of them so that they don't become counter-revolutionaries.
Same thing with Castro and with
Oh yeah, it goes the same way every single time. But again, like a person like we're talking to there, he can't see that because
Right.
it's just not in his worldview yet. One day, heaven forbid, when he's not living in the world's richest country where everything's awesome and you can go to the store at midnight and get a slushie, he'll start realizing, shit gets real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And that, I think that is the biggest problem with Americans is we have it so good that some of us forget how good we have it.
Well, that's one of the reasons why so many of us stood up in the last administration when they were trying to push stuff on us, and we were like, no.
Oh yeah, like now how they're like, I should not be able to wear masks, and it's like, seemed like during the last administration you forced everyone to wear masks.
Yeah, not here.
Well, not in Florida. That's why we're the free state. But
Yeah, not up here either in Tennessee.
yeah, it's like make
The
your
only
mind
the only
up.
the only
Do we
time
all have to wear masks, or should no one wear masks? It's like
well, and the first tip off was when
plus a bunch of cotton is not going to stop a virus.
when Kevorkian, what was his name?
Oh yeah, the freaking dog slayer.
Yes, I was thinking that too. About those poor.
See, that's the thing I hate him the most for. Actually,
Oh yeah.
is that he tortured dogs to death, and I'm like, I like dogs.
In a very, very
Horrible way.
very horrible way. I don't even want to talk about what he did.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I mean, it's
but
so
but
horrible.
he first came out and he was like, well, masks don't do any good, and then he turned around and contradicted himself. What? Not even a week later.
Well, I mean, that whole era of American history is just one contradiction after another.
It's
Wear
like
a mask, don't wear a mask, wear two masks,
if you're
stay 6 feet apart, don't
if you're contagious, you wear the mask to keep you from spreading it. But a mask was never going to keep you from getting it.
Well, yeah, that cotton thing wasn't going to help anyway. I
No.
mean, if you look at the size under a microscope of the weave
Micron,
of
yep.
cotton cloth and a
Yep.
virus, it's like it'd be like driving a car through a tunnel. I mean, it's like
With
there's
a lot
no way it's going to stop virus.
with a lot of tunnels.
Yeah, just nothing but tunnels. Just drive through any one.
Yeah. pick
Anyway,
one.
I have definitely got to get off.
Yeah, you do. Go get your floor
I
cleaned.
got to get my shit done because
There's a-
I'll be sleepy in a couple hours, and if I fall asleep without getting it done, there'll be hell to pay.
then you might not wake up.
I might not wake up and talk to you guys tomorrow, but
All
peace
right.
out.
We'll see
Thank
you,
you
man.
all for joining me. God bless and all that. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Saturday. I mean, dude, you guys should be, well, I don't know how old you are. I was going to say, why aren't you out on a date with your ladies or something? I mean, I'm old, so, but I got an excuse. But
Mine's asleep. She's got to work at 10.
oh, yeah. Yeah. She's a hard worker, though. She
Yeah.
used to make me the best sandwiches ever.
Yeah, now she doesn't want to be in management or anything. She just likes to go stock the shelves at the local
Hey,
stores.
sometimes
You know,
everybody wants a little piece.
She's like, I don't want the responsibility because I got mistreated, and
Yeah.
She did. She got when her mom was ill and was kept on going into the hospital, and she had to sign 3 or 4 DNRs, and then the district manager comes and said, well, I don't know why you need to go to the hospital to see your mom. They're taking care of her. The doctors and the nurses are taking care of her, so I don't know why you need to go. It's like, really? She had to go sign a DNR. Come on.
Mm.
Seriously? I mean, talk about cold and heartless. At any rate, that's
Yeah.
why she doesn't want to be in management anymore, because she's like, nope, I don't care.
I don't blame her. I'll
Yeah.
catch you later.